bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels.
Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a request all of you to kindly start moving inside. We are about to begin. All those who are standing outside, request you to kindly start moving inside. We will begin shortly. Thank you. Well, it's a beautiful morning. Request all of you to kindly start moving inside. Ladies and gentlemen, all those who are in the pre-function area, please start moving inside. We will begin shortly. Request all of you to kindly move forward, take the front seats, put your phones on silent. We have an action-packed day in store for you. Please start moving inside right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. We will begin shortly, so please start moving inside. Move forward, take the front seats.
I like how you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful morning. All those who are still walking inside, please start moving inside. Move forward. Take the front seats. We have loads of seats available in the front. We will begin shortly as and when everybody moves inside. If you have your colleagues waiting outside in the pre-function area, please call them quickly inside. We will begin in just a bit. Also, do not forget to put your phones on silent.
I like how you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start moving inside, everybody. All those who are standing, please take your seats. Please settle down. We are about to begin. Please start moving inside. Settle down. Please sit down. We've got loads of empty seats available in the front. Please start moving inside.
I like how you. I like how you.
A very good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Only fine. Only one person is answering me. How's everybody else doing? How was the Bangalore traffic today? Crazy. You know what? Today is going to be crazier because we have an action-packed day in store for you. But there are so many seats available here. So let's, all those who are standing outside, please start moving inside, everybody. Come on. We want all of you inside so that you don't miss any bit of action that we have in store for you. And also, while you all are here, please do not forget to put your phones on silent. We see a lot of people outside. Can somebody please usher them inside? The team, can I get the help of the team? Is my voice audible outside? Can everybody outside hear me? Well, clearly not. I could use help from the team to usher everybody inside because we are going to start exactly at 11 o'clock. It's about 3-4 minutes left. Meanwhile, all those who are outside, please start moving inside. Take your seats. Move forward. We've got loads of seats available in front. All right. A very good morning, everybody. I'm Tejasvi Kannan, and I will be your host for this lovely, exciting day that we have planned for you. I'm going to be giving you a little bit of insight what happened backstage. So, two people were just talking. I'm not going to name who these two people are because I don't want to get into any trouble. So this one gentleman is asking the other gentleman, why is Shiprocket SHIVIR coming to Bangalore? And why is it not in Delhi? Why is it here in Bengaluru? It's a Delhi thing, right? It's a Delhi thing, 6 editions, 6 full houses, and why here? And this gentleman said something very, very important. And history has taught us, important things move when the time is right. Is it the right time, Bengaluru? Is it the time? Is the time right? Yes? Well, when Bangalore calls, nobody can say no. Even the Bangalore traffic will not stop this. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to Shiprocket SHIVIR Bengaluru Edition 2025! So, we're going to be kickstarting with the blessings of the Almighty. Let's kickstart with the lamp lighting ceremony. I'd request Chaitanya, the co-founder of Wakelift, to please join us on stage. Sahil Goyal, MD and CEO Shiprocket. Mr. Gautam Kapoor, CEO Shiprocket. And Muskan Tandon, Marketing Shiprocket, to please light the lamp. quick picture. We'll take a quick picture around the lamp. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, Shiprocket SHIVIR Bengaluru 2025 is officially open. So quick reminder, we've got a WhatsApp community group, and you will see a QR code. Can we please have the QR code? Request you all scan the QR code and please be part of our WhatsApp community. All right, so we're moving on to our very first session. The theme is Beyond Growth, building resilient businesses in the age of AI. Now, to set the tone for the day, we begin with a conversation that every modern founder, retailer, and innovator needs to hear. A fireside chat on building resilient, future-ready businesses in the age of AI. It's about balancing intelligence and intuition, online and offline worlds, speed and sustainability. So, let's put our hands together and once again welcome on stage Mr. Chaitanya Ramalinga Gowda, co-founder WakeFit, and moderating this session we have Mr. Sahil Goel, MD and CEO Shiprocket. All those who are standing at the back, request you to kindly move forward. We have loads of empty seats on this side. Please move forward, take your seats as we have these two gentlemen all set and ready to fire up the stage. Let's welcome them, everybody, with a round of applause.
Thank you, Chaitanya, for being here today, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Bangalore, for showing up for our event. We'll talk more about what's in store, but first, I would like to focus on Chaitanya, who is the founder, CEO at WakeFit. I assume you guys already know about the brand. They're about to go public, in the process. So really big thank you for being here today. And I'm not only a fan of companies, in the D2C space who are building ecosystem-style plays around consumer, but also personally a consumer of WakeFit myself. And I've experienced some of the tech and some of the cool ways you've built your company. So I think the audience is largely entrepreneurs, online D2C merchants, or about to be D2C merchants, etc. So from that perspective, why don't you tell us a little bit about your early days, Chaitanya, just in terms of how you actually designed the architecture of your business? How did you think you'll be omni-channel day one? Did you think you'll get into 4 categories day one? What was the thought in the first, let's say, couple of years? And then how did you kind of, transform into this huge sort of phenomena called WakeFit today?
There's this novel called The Martian, and there's a movie also about that. And their character says he's stuck on Mars.
Yeah.
He's stranded there, and then he says, if I solve enough problems, one day I'll get to go back home to Earth. So for us, frankly, there was no big vision. There was no big ambition. Ankit and I are the 2 co-founders. Both of us were failed entrepreneurs. This is my 3rd startup, his 2nd startup. And we had both met at another job because we didn't have any money left. So when we started WakeFit, frankly, we didn't have a grand vision. We said, we will be led by consumers. We will be led by what first principles thinking, what we can afford can do. First 9 months, I couldn't take a salary, only he could take. After that, we could afford another. Our first employee was his cook.
His cook.
So his flatmates hated him for poaching the cook, but we got our first employee. But that's how we started. And so the only thing we knew was Ankit knew the intricacies of foam and foam manufacturing from the chemistry side, while I knew from my failed startups online marketing. So we said, let's figure that out and build it out. That's all it was. So the first version of the website, first set of Google ads, first order management system was all built and product managed by me. Ankit sat in the factory, figured out what consumers want, what specification, what price point, what materials are working, and he figured that out. So together we just started with mattresses, and like I just started my talk with, we just kept solving one problem after another, and we just landed up here.
Yeah.
We didn't have a vision that we would become from mattress to sleep and sleep to home. We didn't have a vision that we would move from marketplaces to own channel to omni-channel. And today we have about 70 odd % of revenue coming from own channels. So we are not reliant on marketplaces for survival.
And did you start on the marketplaces?
Yes, first 3-4 months was purely marketplaces. Then we built our website in the 4th or 5th month, and then did all the efforts to sort of move traffic and move conversions to our website, because we always knew that while marketplaces are great partners, their incentives and our incentives are always going to be different. So you have to do both, and that's what we are always clear about.
Very interesting. And tell me, like in the beginning, mattress is not an everyday category that people think of solving, because there is a little bit of a barrier in terms of the product itself, right? And then innovation is harder because there just isn't enough going around. So you have to do primary, like you guys did. But tell me, like, why pick this category at all? While I know there was some foam background in chemistry and so on, but why even go into something hard to start with?
See, in my first 2 startups also I had worked as hard as here, but it had failed. My first 2 startups I had read every single book, right? Lean Startup by Eric Ries, 0 to 1, Hard Thing About Hard Things. Read every one of Paul Graham's essays, how to make it work. But this time when we started, we said, boss, our success metric, first one, is Ankit should be able to take salary because he had just gotten married.
Yeah.
Second success metric is hire employees and pay their salary. Third success metric is take my salary. So simple process. And we said we will always continue to simply listen to consumers. And I'll give you 3-4 examples. First example was one of the other speakers now, Divyashri. She was just mentioning that a few years back, she's from Google.
Yeah.
So a few years back when she had a toddler, she needed a custom mattress and a custom fitted bedsheet. Fitted bedsheet is the one that women love in India because it can be tucked in neatly, and it's a very smooth feel. So she said the Wakefit was the company that had it. That came from consumers. What happened was people were trying to figure out how to lift this heavy mattress and tuck a bedsheet in. And fitted bedsheets is a very long existing category in the US.
Correct.
We simply learned and brought it as the first company. Today we are the best sellers there. Similar is mattress protectors. So people were very worried about what happens when a baby pees on it or we spill coffee on the mattress. The mattress is still good, but you're stuck on that stained mattress for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
So we built a product called mattress protectors, which feels like a towel, but it is water resistant. So your underneath mattress is very clean. You just take it off, wash it in the machine, and then come back. Then when 8 Sleep happened in the US and Zuckerberg tweeted, we created another AI-enabled product in India for India from scratch. From the tech stack to hardware components to manufacturing, we built in India. So every single thing that we have done came from customers, and every single line of business today was an experiment 3 years back. And I'm 100% sure we've tried 20 things, 19 have failed, 1 or 2 have worked every year. So that has been the genesis. So we always just said, keep life simple. We didn't have a flip from US to India. There was one legal entity. Whenever we went to acquire other companies, we made one bid thoughtfully. If somebody outbid us, no problem. No FOMO-based increase in bidding. So we've been very focused on consumers and saying that let's keep things simple and run it as per what we can.
I think these are very insightful words, and it's as simple as it sounds. I think it's very hard to do, and this is not only for your companies, but even for my company, right, or our company, where there's so much you can do, right, and it's actually about saying no to a lot of those things because bandwidth is limited, I guess, for everybody, no matter who they are. And I also think that distilling feedback for what it's actually worth is also important. So a lot of people, like including us, can sometimes, get carried away with feedback that we want to hear, but really not listening to what's being said. So can you talk a little bit, since you're such a consumer-centric company, and I'm going to come to AI in a second, how did you, early days and now, how is your listening capabilities, given that it's a foundational part of your brand, how have you built that, right, in part of your team? Is it the end frontliners, who's speaking to customers? Is it your digital marketing data? Is it both? Would love to hear some insights there.
I think nothing of a rocket science, but a few rituals and a few rules. Every single person, irrespective of the department, irrespective of the seniority, have to talk to consumers. My lunchtime listening is consumer call recordings on the CRM. So there's a whole list of calls. I keep clicking, I eat, and I keep listening to calls. What's happening by department? What's happening by category? What's happening by geography? Which warehouse are we screwing up? So it's a ongoing thing that you cannot start and stop. Second thing is that even part of hiring, when we have to hire a CXO, whether it is a marketing head, finance head, as part of the selection process, we say, please go and spend 2 weekends at our stores, come back with your observations and what you would do in your department to improve it.
Yeah.
So as soon as somebody says, oh, I'm a CXO, why should I do it? They're out. As soon as somebody says, I'm game, let me come back, and they show that hunger to learn and become better, and then they come back with interesting thoughts, they're part of the hiring process. And then whatever they've learned, they get to implement here. But these are the small policies and processes. But one ritual is, we at any point in time do not refer to a consumer by an order number. I'm like, boss, this is not an order number. This is a person. This is a person called Sahil with dreams, constraints, problems at home, job at work. And so this is not a number. This is not a statistic. Don't say I reduce this order number ka this. And don't say I reduce this OTIF metric, I increase this metric. Talk about people, talk about humans. And did we screw up? Then it is yes. One person we screwed up, it is a screwed up metric. So going from 98.2 to 98.3 doesn't give me any joy. Did you solve that person's problem?
Sure.
And today, I still am part of the WhatsApp escalations group, where I chase every single order to its root cause, find it, whether it's a pattern or a one-off, then fix it. So that is something that we really, really want to inculcate, saying that it doesn't matter how big we are. It doesn't matter whether we become public or not. It doesn't matter about anything else. If the customers are unhappy, they'll fire you. So that's why we are so obsessed about that, and we are to the degree of paranoia. We wake up with those reviews, we sleep with those reviews. So that is a very essential part of how we operate.
Very commendable. I think it's very valuable for anybody building a brand. I think to early days focus on customers, because ultimately, you know, if you have few customers but they love your product, or they will be very disappointed if your product wasn't there, then you know you're on the right track. If everyone kind of likes you, then it's not going to really give you a long-term sustainability or moat or, you know, any value. Let's talk about AI, right? I think no conversation today is complete without referring to it. And there are several things we can touch upon. We were talking earlier before the event. But let's specifically talk about in the last 1 year or 2 years, more recently with generative AI around the block. How have you, somebody who is a omni-channel, lifestyle or sleep lifestyle kind of retailer, ecosystem brand, how are you using already for within WakeFit, for your customers, for their kind of experiences, and how do you envision, more importantly, in the coming, let's say, 1 or 2 years, how it can drive impact for your kind of business on the customer side, and then we'll come about under the hood, we'll come to second.
Sure. So we operate, we think of AI as obviously a tool, nothing more than that. Just like internet is, just like something else is. But we have used it in about 3 different levels, if I may say so. One is very operational, how to make ourselves efficient. If you are becoming a 1300 crore to 1600 crore company, you should not add people in the same ratio. You have to bring in operating leverage. For that, which departments, what tools, how to use it in order to do more with less. We are not trying to save money, we are trying to become better and efficient.
Yeah.
So that is the thought process. So whether it's finance, whether it is marketing copy, whether it is marketing content creation, whether it is the videos that we shoot, catalog photo shoots, everything has moved to AI. In finance, reconciliation, pattern finding, data observability, we use AI tools. So those are very tactical, operational level things. Another level is where we use AI for some strategic customer focused problem. There is an AI tool that we use. We partnered with them when they were still a very early stage company, and we were the first or second client, and we built a sales training and sales monitoring tool with them, where every single salesperson in our stores is using that AI enabled tracker, which will tell us what they did well and what they goofed up on, so that the same day in the evening, the call goes to the salesperson saying that 11 a.m. this particular customer asked for these things. You gave these things very well. You messed up on these things. So you should have gotten the current delivery date. You should have figured out that he's expecting an offer. Did you explain about the bank details? Did you explain about this new feature? Did you try to upsell? None of those things happened, so please from tomorrow take care of that.
Wow.
So that is using AI, and it is for a very powerful operational process, not a tactical one. And the third one is what you alluded to, which is to use AI to build out product itself. If 8Slip was at about 4 lakh rupees, we built out something for about 60,000 rupees, which is a contactless tracker, which goes between your mattress and bed. Your dad, you said you're using it. And also to sort of regulate the temperature of your side of the mattress to suit your needs using the AI technology. So there we are trying to attempt a very fundamentally different approach itself, where can we understand the true problems. True problems are people don't want to wear a wearable to bed, whether it's ring or a watch. Whatever report comes is very passive. You wake up in the morning and you know that you slept well or not. What is the point? If you can use that and through the night modify the temperature, firmness and other things and keep yourself in deep sleep, then it is an actionable insight where it's happened without you knowing it. Can we do that? Those are the things that we are working on to try to build an ecosystem rather than just a product approach.
No, phenomenal. I think there's a lot of opportunity there because I think as you know, we get busier and busier as a country and become more and more Viksit, we also get, you know, all the other things that come with it, which is stress and sleep and, you know, stuff like that. So I think it's important that if you can use technology, especially which is India made, India developed and so on, I think it can go a long way. Especially if like a 4 lakh product you've already developed in India at 60,000, with scale it could go down further, right? And then, you know, export is something which now is very exciting for India as a country as well. No, awesome. I think AI has a lot of opportunity in all fields. Obviously, when you've got a product which is physically reacting to the environment, it becomes even more powerful is I think what you're saying. Tell me also about the back end, right? Talk about how you're using AI, not only in your company processes, but let's talk about the supply chain. Let's talk about demand planning, manufacturing. How is it help you or you think will help you with bottom line, like actual hard cash in your workflow?
Sure. Just to give you a sense, we are about 60% mattress, about 30% furniture, and about 10% accessories. And that essentially means this translates to about thousands of SKUs. And given that we are not a trader, we also own 5 manufacturing facilities and about 23 warehouses. So this essentially means we have to operate the factories in a way that is very efficient, have manufacturing all these SKUs without a long lead time to the end consumer, but at the same time not handling too much of inventory. And that is the reason cash flow has to be, you have to operate at sort of a best in industry kind of a standard. So today we are at somewhere around 6 net working capital days of inventory despite this scale. That is primarily because of all of these TPM projects. So AI and technology are used in various places. I'll give you a few examples. One example is our data team used time and motion study to look at every one of our product assembly lines in the factory to say which station is utilized how much, which station is manned by how many people, and which station has the most amount of time wasted from a 8-hour shift perspective. And to optimize that, how do we change the product mix that is manufactured on a daily basis? So if you go, same factory, if you go to a China or a Thailand, one day, one SKU, 5,000 units they'll be stamping out because it's a very efficient process. We are using a similar automated world-class factory with robots to generate about 425 SKUs per day. So 5,000 units of one SKU, many quantities of 425 SKUs per day. So we had to completely retool and think about the whole production from the first principles.
You run your own factory?
Yes, we operate 5 factories. So that is the reason this using AI for predictive maintenance, using it for optimization of each of the production lines. Within the production lines, each station was a very big cost saver.
It's fascinating. I think a lot of the other manufacturers could take a page from there, even though I know a lot of D2C brands don't start out manufacturing,
Correct.
but their suppliers could benefit from something like this greatly. I know we are in the city of tech, so hopefully some folks here can build this and go after the manufacturing segment as well.
Yeah. So that's very fascinating actually. We were in manufacturing from day one because we knew if we relied on somebody else, the number of levers that we would have in order to control cost and innovation would keep diminishing with every year of existence. So this has given us a lot of legs. So
I think it's a long-term sort of moat as well, because you can
Correct.
keep innovating on product, like actual physical product.
Correct.
You can have IP that nobody else has to have, right?
Yeah.
So
Production IPs, testing IPs, quality IPs.
time to shelf, whatever, right?
So true, so true.
Uh,
The second example that I want to give you is on the storefront, online storefront. We created something known as the intent model. So for every person who comes onto the website and goes away, how do we ensure how much to target and how much money to spend without knowing whether that was a casual browser or not? So we built out an intent model with our data science team to say that if a person has these kind of actions, they came with a very high intent and we goofed up and we didn't convert in the funnel, or this person came in with a very low intent because of these actions and proxies, so it's okay not to spend too much
Chase
money
them,
on
yeah.
them. So that is something that we built, which we are using for our performance marketing and ROAS improvement. So small innovations, but they
and
all
just
add
to
up.
understand that, once you capture, let's say, low, medium, high intent, do you chase them with remarketing dollars? Is that what you're saying? But you're saying rather than doing it equally to everyone,
Yeah.
why don't we pick the ones that are
Whether
more likely
remarketing
to
dollars
convert?
or whether to say that if somebody else is coming in with the same similar behavior, and where are they dropping off, what to do on the website
Sure.
from a content.
So
from a
on-site and then
conversion.
sort of...
Yes, both perspectives.
So you're saying using AI to dynamically, I guess, be able to discern more about visitors or potentially customers than you could do before, and then reacting
Correct.
in maybe real time or reacting in near real time with your decisions in the business.
Similarly, pain index. For a customer that's already ordered, we built out a pain index saying that if these things have happened from our side, the pain index is very high, it is going to become an escalation. Proactively call them, explain that this is the problem, we need 2 more days, apologize, figure it out and solve it. Instead of that becoming an escalation and a complex ticket later on. So we created a proactive pain index. So there's all of these don't materially add anything in isolation, but put together they all add up to something.
No, I think it creates the whole experience, right? And it's fascinating to see how each of these little bolt-ons that you talked about today, and I'm sure this is only a sliver of the whole universe of WickFit, is coming together to be able to deliver that wow experience to the consumer, to be able to, and you guys saw how technology is playing a role pretty much everywhere, right? All the way from your factory floor to your offline and online storefront. It's playing an important role through the process. Tell me, like, with AI now becoming like pretty much hyped up, no doubt, but it's here for for real and for long. How do you what can we expect? Yeah, I think the mic's not working. What can we expect from WickFit in the like, let's say, 1 or 2 sort of innovations in the coming few years? Is it better now? Okay. I'm saying with AI kind of like it's not only a buzzword, it's obviously become part of our lives. And with WickFit doing innovation on all kinds of fronts on the sleep side, what are 2 or 3 big innovations or big things? Maybe it could even be a vision, right? It doesn't have to be, a kosher from your DRHP. It can be anything that you feel that, look, these are 2 or 3 things which are very exciting, at least in your head as the founder of the company.
No, I think there are 2-3 interesting products coming in the next 6 months, but the broad direction, because we are going public, I have to be careful about what I say as per the regulator. But what excites us is to use technology for both sleep and comfort, to be able to proactively understand what people's sleep patterns are and modify all of the microclimates around the bed and on the bed to be able to improve the quality of sleep. And similarly, there's a lot of things that is ignored on the ergonomic tech. So we completely ignore lumbar support, neck support. We are a bunch of people, we are a generation of people that has just sat hunched up in front of our laptops. There's a bunch of things that we are screwing up our back on, which we don't know. And it's all going to come and hit us in the next 10 years or so when our generation becomes in their 50s and the next generation comes into 40s. So we are trying to solve some problems around that using technology. So that is super exciting, where people ignore it, but it's very important.
Are you a products company or a health company?
We are a consumer company. So if it doesn't make sense, no matter how cool it is, how cheap it is, if the consumers don't accept it, we don't get excited. We get excited by scale. If we solve a problem, democratize it, make it cheaper for people, and thousands of them buy it, then we are super excited.
Awesome, awesome. No, this has been really amazing. Thank you so much, Chaitanya, for sharing a lot of the under the hood insights, and thank you for being here today, like I said earlier. We have like a minute and a half for any questions. If people, Chaitanya's here, anybody who's in a similar industry or has any questions for Chaitanya from the audience before we wrap it up? There's one there. Can we get a mic? Yeah.
Could you please raise your hands? Yeah.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the wonderful insights. So I have 3 questions, sir. Do the books really work? For a startup, do the books really work?
Sorry, what?
The books.
Do the books really work? For a startup, do the books really work? Do they do anything, basically?
See, I think just like any other thing, what you see and where you apply matters. So frankly, I can be very honest in saying 2 statements which seem counterintuitive. 1, definitely it has helped. 2, it was useless in many of the situations that I have faced. Both are true. I think you will become more and more wise in saying what to adopt where, and where it is completely irrelevant, park it for some other situation. I think it comes to that, but they were tremendously helpful books in shaping my own mental models.
Thank you, sir. So the second part of the question is, so you told you had, at one point of time, you had limited resources and limited, team. How did you grow from a small company to such a large company? What were the right tools you used when you had less resources?
If you go to Amazon today, if you go to Flipkart today, where they're multi-billion-dollar companies, and ask, do you have enough tech bandwidth? They will still say no. So I think it is a perspective. You will always be wanting for more. You will always want more resources to do what you think is important. But the idea is to use what you have. It's like you have a Swiss Army knife with a screwdriver, with a knife, with a skinner, with something else. It's up to you to which tool to use at what time, because at some point you have to be crazy on growth. At some point you have to be focused on profitability. At some point you have to be hiring people in order to achieve certain goals. At some point you have to take the hard call of parting with some people. So it is a very, very, very dynamic situation. It is chaotic, but that's why you're a founder. I think you enjoy this. If you were put in a job that is very job description based, you probably wouldn't enjoy it. So that's the only submission.
Hi, Chaitanya. I've been trying to connect with Wakefit for a long time. I run a startup called Brand Velocity. We are building a decision intelligence platform. Since you told about intent signaling, and what kind of role are you collaborating with some of the startups who are doing a lot of on the data engineering side and trying to build on the each side of that IDA channel, like so we are trying to work on that one. Do we have any chance to collaborate and try to understand your problems there?
No, happy to connect. I'm sorry if I have not responded, but as a company, we have tried to keep things very frugal. We use a lot of open source. Our ticketing system is in-house. Our website is custom stack. We don't pay licenses anywhere. We are very, very careful in saying, build something that can adapt to at the pace of the business, not at the pace of what they can release. So that is why it's very important that we own the important parts. But I'm very happy to hear if there is something. Even for the decision model that I said, our internal team has built that. So the data team built out the framework, the tech team implemented it, our performance marketing team uses it. So, and it's not, the first version to now, you can't recognize. It's the same product, it's changed so many times. So we had to do it and not depend on anybody because of this constraint. But if you have something, very happy to listen. Yeah, thanks,
Thank
thanks
you,
for
thank you,
having me.
Chaitanya. Thank you so much. Guys, big round of applause for Chaitanya here, and really learned a lot, and I think a lot of stuff that we can also learn from at Shiprocket. Thank you so much. We can just get a picture quickly. Huh?
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's give up for these two gentlemen. What a powerful start. Wakefit, an incredible example of Bharat's new age brand resilience. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the WhatsApp community group that I was talking about, we have the QR code. Could we please have the QR code on screen? Please do scan the QR code. We'll give you about 10-15 seconds for it before we move on to our next session. All right, moving ahead. AI is not the future, it is the force shaping the present. To take us deeper into how AI is enabling Bharat's next generation of businesses to scale faster, serve smarter, and build intelligently. Let's welcome back Mr. Sahil Goel, MD and CEO Shiprocket. Everybody, come on, let's give it up.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲವೇ ನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಟು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಐ ನೋ ಯು ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ವೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಾಹಿಲ್ ಬಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮೀಟ್ ಮೀ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸಾಹಿಲ್ಸ್ AI co-founder. Yeah, I was surprised too when they called me a co-founder, but honestly between us I've earned it. Typical Sahil, by the way. Whenever there's something important, they always send me first. And today, it's the same story again. Oh, looks like he's here. Not that I'm saying I do all the work, but you know. I've said everything I needed to say. Now, let me switch back to my usual mode before Sahil shows up. You're looking great, Sahil.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me take over, please. Namaskara. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Very, very excited to be in Bangalore. This is the first time we've done our event here. This is the 6th year we've been running Shivir. It started as a conclave to get our merchants under the same roof and focus really on the growth of their business, to build a community, to impart knowledge, to put sharing out on the table. And it's the only event like this that's focused only on that. And every year we've been getting better and bigger. So we thought, why not kind of, go take this to other cities as well. We had a lot of our merchants write into us after the Delhi event this year from Bombay and Bangalore. So we picked Bangalore first because we felt that, it's time that we met you guys here. So thank you so much again for making the time, for being here today. Very excited to be here at Shivir in Bangalore at the first edition. So I think it's important to understand how Shiprocket has been building, right? Very similar to what Chaitanya was speaking about for their company, I think we started with a very similar focus on our customers, which is people like you, who were starting their online brands, who were starting to experiment with various kinds of technology that was available to go online. And what we learned is that, the insights and the opportunities in India and the challenges are so unique and so customized to India that really as enablers or builders, we cannot do it without getting that information from our customers, right? So really Shiprocket was built by you. It was built by, your problems and your escalations and your challenges and your push to us as a company to try and innovate on software and solve this. And over the decade of doing this, what we've realized is that, while Shiprocket started as a storefront builder, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but our name earlier was Cart Rocket. And we started by trying to build one storefront like Shopify, where you could connect shipping, payments, marketing, and so on. But what we realized is, as we went through that process, that the actual components of shipping, marketing, and payments aren't actually working, right? So while we could build a storefront and try to bolt on these integrations, the fact that they don't actually exist or don't work well pushed us into thinking harder, right? That got us to solving for shipping, where we said we think shipping and payments are the most important part of the transaction, because if you can't move products from point A to point B, if you can't collect cash, if you can't get paid securely, if your customers can't buy safely and securely, you can't really do e-commerce, right? So we picked that, scaled that engine over the years. We built a shipping aggregation rails, right, where we said we'll bring all courier companies, all warehouse providers, all hyperlocal companies, all cross-border providers into one kind of mix of, platform. And that's what we started enabling back to our merchants and help them scale. as we scaled that over the years, we understood that the problems actually don't finish only at shipping, right? They actually extend into marketing. They extend into customer segmentation, into intent classification. We saw some, or heard some examples and ideas from Chaitanya as well. So that is kind of how we are looking into the future, where we're saying, look, the problem set expands all the way from targeting, identifying customers, managing payments securely, higher conversions, managing drop-offs, so the entire pre-order journey of a customer, and then everything after the order is placed, from fulfillment centers, from packaging, from fast deliveries, slow deliveries maybe depending on AOVs, right? Returns, customer experience, that entire piece, right, which is taken so granted for so much, taken for granted on, let's say, a marketplace, right? The moment you try to go sell direct, I think it all starts to break down. Am I right? Are there people here who sell online already? And how many of you guys sell only through your own websites? Only, right? And how many of you guys sell also through your own websites? And through your own channels maybe? Okay, how many sell only through marketplaces? Okay, so there's a few. Cool, so I think, look, from our perspective, over time, selling direct is a channel, right? It's not about, it's not this or that. Some categories and products might not be well suited for direct channels or for marketplaces. Like, for example, if you try to sell a very high commodity, low margin item on direct commerce, it may not work. Because the way it works is it's discovery led. You're able to drive a brand experience for your consumer, right? You're able to put your story out there. You're able to kind of monetize the consumer over the long run. All of those things are not available to you when you sell on a marketplace. And marketplaces are infamous for launching private labels, right? You could be Duracell and then Amazon Basics could come the next day and just kind of take you out. So that risk in the long run in a marketplace model will always exist. So for anybody who is building a brand, they should focus on being able to build their own presence, which is their own shop, right? Whether it's online or offline, it's where your brand gets to, go out. It's your story going to your consumer. You get to capture their data. You get to kind of build something sustainable over the long run. So I urge everyone to think hard about that. And I think what's most important is the way we are architecting our business is actually a rails of commerce, right? Because what we learned is that if you're going to build a direct presence and a direct channel, it is not possible, one, for a company to provide everything as their own captive service, because then the only way to do that is to become the owner of the consumer, which is when you become a marketplace or you become a retailer, essentially, right? So how do you actually keep the goodness of having everything in one place, which operates like a marketplace, but at the same time, how do you make sure that it's something which is best in class for each component, it is stitched up in one place, available as a single place interface as software for brands that are trying to grow and grow online, right? And I think that is where Shiprocket has innovated in the last 10 years, where we started building these components or Lego blocks for shipping, for marketing, for payments, right, which are our 3 pillars, and then built the engine in such a way that is completely modular. So it means that you could be selling online on, let's say, on a YouTube channel, right, without any website. You could have a link there for our checkout, and you could just be using that. You don't actually need anything else. Or you could say, well, I just want checkout and I want shipping. Or I want checkout and warehousing. I don't even want your shipping. So it's all built as blocks that you can configure and then build any kind of business on top of it. So that's what we mean by Rails. And I think this is extremely important because if you think about the coming $1 trillion e-commerce market in India, right, which is the estimate by 2040, we are today about 80 billion. So as this next 900 billion odd comes into the mix, right, do we think that all of this will get done in the same third-party marketplace model? Because I think the marketplace model got created when India still is low trust, but that actually helps put trust into the system, and that's why marketplaces thrive. But they are good for a certain kind of category, for a certain kind of consumer, for a certain kind of trust in the market, and for a certain kind of brand as well, right? But as this market becomes 10x of here, I actually don't think that this dominance of marketplaces today will continue. I think it will be 30-40% of the market. And a lot of the other vertical marketplaces, live commerce, vernacular, AI is coming around now where we don't even know if websites are going to be like around in 5 years or 10 years, right? Because if you have an agent where you can shop, it can do everything for you. So really, we have to think hard about, what really is an essential part of the stack, right? So form versus function, right? What is just a way to consume parts versus what is an actual part of the stack. So I think this is what Shiprocket is trying to build, right? And we've continued evolving where we, like I said, built shipping, we built sort of marketing tools, and we built our payment stack and checkout. What's coming in the future years will span across every other thing you can think of, right? You can think of everything from the sourcing, manufacturing, procurement side, what information insights can be done there, what technology can be built there, what can be integrated there. You can think about all of the conversion side of things, you know, how can we run better ads, how can we run more intentful targeting, how can we use our multi-channel marketing mix and AI to be able to drive better budgets and better targeting or better copy, right, which is more directly speaking to you. How do you build dynamic landing pages per customer? Can you do it with AI? Yes, you can, right? And as you go through the stack, you'll understand that at every step, there are interventions available with AI, with our technology, third-party technology, service providers, right, who do things, everything from cloud all the way till telephony and everything in between, right? So packaging, warehousing, drones, hyperlocal deliveries, cross-border deliveries, truck deliveries, plane deliveries, all of that stuff, right? There are 250 plus partners in India who are plugged into us, into our model, where you are not going out there negotiating prices, contracts, you know, integrations. It's all done like an app store, right? You log in to Shiprocket, sign up once, and not only can you power everything from your marketing till your returns, you actually get to use the best-in-class providers for everything, right? From money, from packets, and from marketing. And that essentially is what Shiprocket is excited about in the coming years. Okay, given that we've spoken a lot about AI in the last 1 hour, why don't we actually jump into some actual demos, right? This is a sliver of obviously what's coming from the house of Shiprocket or what is being launched. It'll give you a sense of, you know, how you can use this new technology much better. Cool. So as a brand owner, right, what do you guys think about doing? You'll think about, if you're starting out, you want to know what you can sell, right? Where's an opportunity? Which markets are growing? Where is there a white space? If you're already selling, you want to know how you can do better marketing. How can you target better? How can you improve your logistics? How can you reduce returns? You'll want to focus on processing orders, running your workflow well, right? And you will want to focus on how can you drive better top of the funnel, which means can you drive better intentful traffic and cheaper traffic? So let's just take these 2-3 examples and let me walk you through what we have launched this year. Starting with something we call Shiprocket Trends. This is a huge treasure trove of data from maybe trillions of data points, from billions of transactions that we've accumulated, and we are able to then provide insights into how one can run their business. So let me start with a pet supplies question. So you can ask it in natural language. What are the top cities for pet supplies in India? Hold on, let's try it again. What are the top cities for pet supplies in India? So what it'll do is it'll go through our database, right? It'll pull up the relevant set of information, and then you can keep double clicking. So it's gonna pull up now. Okay, so you guys like pets in Bangalore? More than Delhi, it seems. Okay, what's interesting though is if you look at this, right, where it says, okay, well, not only, this is the top order volume, right? So it's index on India from a Shiprocket sample universe, where is the highest city? But if you say, okay, what about repeat buyers and where is the real juice of this? Surprisingly, these are cities that, at least I didn't know of as an active thought, where Jhajjar, for example, in Haryana is got 93% repeat. So something's going on there. And as a marketer, if you were in the pet supplies category, you could say, okay, let me double click on Jhajjar to understand, what's happening. So, for example, if we go to the dashboard section of this and open up Jhajjar, you can really drill down and see, okay, well, GMV is growing, RTO is, yeah, let's pick pet supplies as well. Okay, so in the last 3 months, we can see that this is growing quite meaningfully. AOVs have also grown by 16%, which is very interesting. RTOs have dropped. So clearly, Jhajjar seems to be like an interesting place to sell pet supplies. It's doing better than before. Pet grooming, aquariums, right? Interesting information here. Pet collar and collar charms, right? So this is how you can find a niche. So if you are a pet lover and you wanted to launch a business, you should sell collar charms in Jhajjar to begin with, because it might give you some interesting early tailwinds, right? You can see high prepaid versus COD. You can see the buyer segmentation that our AI does just in terms of, weekend shopper or quality first. So you can see that it's not a very price sensitive kind of market. You can see times of days, when are people placing these orders, and maybe time your, WhatsApp campaigns or your, email campaigns around it. And you can keep drilling down. There's a bunch of information here, as you can see. So again, one example of, how we are using our data and AI to be able to drive better outcomes for merchants. Can we move on to the next demo? Yeah, so you just saw how Trends helps you run your business better, give you insights. It's free. I would love for you guys to take it for a spin, try it out, give us feedback, and we'd love to hear what you guys think about it. Cool, I think. So we launched our Copilot in Shivir in July this year in Delhi. And since then, we've been making upgrades to it. So this is, while not a launch today, it is a demo, and we'll see kind of what's new. So what it lets you do is, it's a fully connected voice system into the Shiprocket dashboard. It connects into our knowledge base. So any question you've got, your team members have got, how to process orders, etc., it can do that for you. It can also run your processing in a hands-free fashion, which is what I'll demo today, right? So you can simply fire up the Copilot. Let's talk to it. Hey Copilot, how's it going?
हाय साहिल, मैं बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ। आप कैसे हो? आज आपके लिए शिपिंग या ई-कॉमर्स से रिलेटेड क्या हेल्प कर सकती हूँ?
Can we continue the conversation in English, please?
Sure, I can definitely continue in English. Let me know what shipping or e-commerce related help you need today.
So, how do I process an order? Can you guide me?
Great. Let's start step by step for processing a single order. Step 1. Go to the Orders section on your Shiprocket dashboard and click on Add Order. Let me know once you've done that, and we'll move to the next step.
Okay, scratch that. What is my COD remittance?
Sure, you can check the COD remittance details on your screen right now. Let me know if you need help understanding any specific part of it.
No, that's fine. Can you also show me my latest unprocessed orders for today?
Got it. You should be able to see the list of your latest unprocessed orders on your screen right now. Let me know which order you'd like to process first, or if you need any specific action on any of them.
So you can see at this point, if you were a person in a warehouse, right, where you had our app and a printer, you could actually just be talking to it as you're picking stuff from the shelf. You could be asking it questions about a customer. You could be a CS rep who's just got a call or a WhatsApp and you need to quickly check. All of this will be possible with this Copilot. It will be the essential kind of Copilot for your e-commerce business that will be in your pocket. And soon it will connect into the trends data as well. So you can ask it in the future things like, am I selling at the right price? Or what's going on in Jhajjar, for example. Let's try and process it as well. Can you process the order from Vikram Singh in the list?
Sure. Just to confirm before I proceed, would you like me to ship it using the recommended courier right away?
I would.
Do you... Got it. The order will be shipped using the recommended courier. Let me process that right away. The order from Vikram Singh has been processed with the recommended courier. You can check the details on your screen. Let me know if you'd like...
Can you schedule a pickup for tomorrow?
Pickup for Vikram Singh's order is scheduled for tomorrow. You can double check the details on your screen. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like me to handle.
Yes, print the label, please. My hands are busy.
The shipment label is ready. You can check it on your screen and print it whenever you're ready. Let me know if there's anything else you need help with.
as you guys saw, this is just a first try from our team at trying to run this processing hands-free. But there's a lot you can do. You can ask it questions in the future about your business, how you can make it better. And it's all basis proprietary data and AI that we are building in-house. So you can use this, by the way, as an onboarding tool for your team members as well, once the voice becomes publicly available. It's right now in alpha, live on a certain number of accounts within our business. Cool. I'm going to move on to the next one. So we talked about processing. We talked about insights. Can I get the thing to switch, please? And a lot more coming, as I just said. So the next thing we're going to talk about is advertising, right? And this is a big early launch from Shiprocket, right? We're still piloting this with customers, but we thought we should use, the city of tech to launch tech. You saw the goldfish there? Anyone knows why is it there? It's fine. Yeah. Anyone knows why it's there? I also learned only yesterday. No. I mean, yes and no. So a goldfish has a attention span of only 3 seconds, right? And my marketing head Kotalia told me that so do consumers. So I think it's very, very important that as you land, as a consumer lands on your ad, what are you doing in those first 1 to 3 seconds to grab their attention? And how do you then drive conversion from that point on? So let's take a look at what we've built. Can I switch back? So what we have here is Shiprocket Ad Studio, and presently it does 2 things really well. It is able to take a templated image or an ad that you like. You can screenshot it, upload it to the gallery, whatever. We have some templates here. Then you can upload your product and then keep generating various copies of what comes out. So let's take it for a spin. Let's say we want to use this sort of template for building a Instagram feed, and let's say this is our product, which is a shirt, and I want to use this ad and I want to put this product on top of this model. So you can simply generate and give it a minute while it's doing that. Let's maybe do another one where we're selling shoes, right? And we want this model and this kind of ad creative to be able to display our product, right? So what it's doing is it's basically right now using a bunch of AI models to fit the product in a way where the product doesn't get skewed. So the biggest problem with using, a lot of people ask me, I can do this in Gemini. You can, but the issue is that, if you start to do this in a workflow, if you have a team member, if you need approval workflows, how will you do all of that stuff as a standalone? Number one. Number two, there is no way you can kind of make sure that the product doesn't get changed. Because if that gets changed, then you're selling something that you don't have. So it's very important that it doesn't kind of, just because it looks good, it may not be right. It has to be accurate in terms of what the product is. And that is what our team has been tirelessly kind of trying to fix and trying to work on. The other thing that, the amount of time that you spend today as the brand owner, as the marketing leader, as the, performance digital marketer and so on the creative and the A/B testing, like it's impossible to do things humanly that AI can do. So think about it this way. Suppose once it loads, suppose we wanted to now do 1,000 A/B tests on this and we were a big brand. Humanly, it would take you an agency, a bunch of approval workflows, what's in your mind as a founder, the vision of your ad or your creative. By the time it translates through a couple of humans and back to you, it's never going to be the same, right? But with this, you can essentially keep playing with this. Like for example, if we wanted to change the color of the bag, let's say change the color of the bag to red and change the background to an Indian office setting, right? And let's see, yeah, you can see this is done too. So it's the same model, right? Similar, and it's got our shirt, and it's got the same kind of ad setting, right? And we'll see why this becomes extremely important when you marry it with data. So for example, if you have data on, okay, what kind of ads work well, can I clone and generate my ads on top of it? And then how are my ads doing? And how can I loop this whole thing, right? So that's a few quarters out, but that is the ultimate power of this. So, let's say we wanted to change the background to beach setting, and let's say that was our ad copy. Now, your marketing team could actually, over time, generate like 10 of these on a beach, on this, on that in office, and then run the ads and see what happens. Like if you targeted a lifestyle consumer and then ran a beach ad versus an office ad versus an outdoor setting ad, what runs better? So I think it takes the guesswork out of the marketing at a degree which has never been possible before. I think that is the beauty of, what's coming from this product. So you can see it's changed the bag to a reddish color. It has built a Indian office kind of environment. There's Rangoli also, guys. Look, so it's done all that. And now, again, you can test this, right? You can test as many times as you want. You can automate this as well. Workflow builders can help you use our APIs, put it back into your creative journey. And it's not only the creative. I think what's important is that we today are able to actually run AI-based intelligence on your ad data. So you can simply connect your Facebook account, right, or your Meta account, and then we pull all of your campaign data, ad set data, and are able to show you a bunch of information. So this is a sample, live data for one of our stores, for Zop actually. And what you see here is, at a high level, you'll see You'll see some insights. So let me start there. For example, you see that this campaign actually has got a 5.9 ROS, and you're spending 41,000. But this campaign only has a 1.38 ROS and is spending almost double the money. So clearly, you should reduce the budget on this, maybe pause it, and this needs more money till it starts to deteriorate, right? So this is a very simple kind of pull out, but believe me, from having run digital marketing ourselves, even for our company, and having worked with many merchants, it is not easy to arrive at this insight as the owner of the business or as the leader in the company, to be able to sharply be able to have this in your hand. And it goes further down then at a team level to say, okay, for example, this campaign has a below account kind of ROS, so it's a below average ROS, and it's saying that maybe your products are not in stock, and that is why this is failing. Similarly, if there's a campaign where the days in learning has gone beyond a certain number of days, it means that the campaign is screwed up, it's not working. So there are lots of these technical/tactical issues, and then there's like insight on top of what's happening, which I think in many ways, in larger setups and organizations, you can hire the team and the people to kind of bring the talent. We have basically tried to bake that all into this product, where you can use it as a one-person army, as an individual, and really get a 10x kind of leverage from running your ads better, right? And then there's got all the standard stuff. Otherwise, you can look at graphs. Soon you can make reports. We'll soon be able to marry this with even delivery data. So you can look at net delivered outcomes, which I know is a big problem for a lot of the marketing folks out there, because it's an incomplete journey with cash on delivery, right? So we can build the whole thing through and through, give you real true picture of what your business is like, and then let you make outcomes, let you make actions using our AI. Cool. I'm very excited about this, guys. I hope this has been something which is a little bit of an eye-opener for what's coming from the house of Shiprocket in the coming months. Thank you again for being here today. 10x is what we want to be able to do in everything, not just ad creative, not just design, but really we would love to be able to help you 10x your business as your primary enabler. And I think we continue to be very excited about AI. We would love to hear your ideas. Again, I use the opportunity again and again to be in Bangalore, where the world's best tech is being built. We would love the inputs from you guys at some point, either in the day or later, in terms of how we can improve our products. Thank you again. Thank you so much. And look forward to the rest of the day with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil, for setting the tone for the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about technology that shapes how the world searches, learns, discovers, and decides, there are very few organizations that do not just influence the digital era, but define it. And Google sits right at the center of transformation. From helping businesses understand their customers to enabling brands to scale with intelligence and precision, Google continues to guide how the entire ecosystem evolves. On that note, let's put our hands together and welcome Divya Shri Bhatt, Industry Head at Google India, for the sponsor keynote. Everybody, come on, let's give it up for her, everybody.
Hello, everyone. And after all those exciting talks about AI, we will look at how does this really translate to what your consumer experience is, and how do you look at marketing and rethink your marketing for this AI era. I'm Divyashri Bhatt. I'm the head of industry for conglomerates businesses at Google, and I've been working with retail and e-commerce businesses since 2012. Google has been at the forefront of AI's most defining breakthroughs. The Nobel Prize winning AlphaFold is now helping finding new cancer treatments, medicines, as well as even plastic-eating enzymes. We've also built some groundbreaking models. In fact, the latest being Gemini 3, which we just announced and launched a few days ago. It's #1 on the LM arena, and definitely something that you should toy with over this weekend. And of course, my favorite has been the Nano Banana, one of the most creative tools out there. And it's been amazing to see the internet flooded with what human creativity can push the limits to. And we use this across all our products. 7 of our products have over 2 billion users monthly, and they're all powered by our AI models. So this brings us to the question, how do you make it work for you, right? So we actually worked with BCG to see how do we answer this question for India. And what we realized is that early adopters have already seen a 34% efficiency in media and marketing by leveraging AI. And it's also important to really look at the tools that are on offer, because it is a daily trade-off, right? Are you going to be designed for the short term? Are you planning for the long term? Where do you want to find your consumer? What platform do you want to find your consumer on? There are a lot of decisions you need to make. And for that, you need to be where that decision and discovery processes actually happens. And shopper behavior continues to be very, very unpredictable. In fact, that's the only predictable part about it. You would have seen in your data that there are no set lines, linear processes in which consumers are coming on board, making purchases, but the cognitive load is so much that we go back to our very, very linear funnel, and we stick to a very linear understanding of the customer. We think about it as, oh, let's build awareness, let's drive consideration, and there will be an action. While that was true a few years ago, we now see that today's consumer exhibits different behaviors. In fact, we at Google have pretty much distilled it down to 4 online behaviors, which is searching, scrolling, streaming, and shopping. This could very well be encapsulated by how you would probably take your phone to actually search something using Google Lens, or you could be watching a YouTube video. You like what the creator is wearing. Now, if I want the same pair of shoes, I could actually search that image, and then make the purchase. So in that entire scenario, what do we really look at it as? Is it a linear process? Not at all. So with that, we are here to partner with you to ensure that you get the best business outcomes as you go through this journey. And it also goes back to just human behavior, right? Human curiosity is endless. And we see this in our 5 trillion searches every year. And across these searches, what we've seen is that contrary to popular opinion, our heaviest users are between the ages of 18 to 24. So Gen Z users are our most heavy users of Google search. And in fact, that's helped us build far more deeply for Google search. And in fact, the way we look at it, there are these AI superpowers for search. Search is no longer text. Search is multimodal. You can search using audio, you can search using an image, and then we built AI overviews. We have them in India. You should take a look, which will actually give you a summarized way of seeking intelligence and no longer information. And AI mode for any more in-depth research and intelligence-seeking behavior that you may want to look at. A lot of our users start their searches with Google Lens. And in fact, 1 in 5 visual searches now have a commercial intent. So Google Lens is pretty much at the forefront with younger users, wherein they actually use the image for searches beyond anything else. And how does AI mode really change the game for shopping? It's making it far more immersive. It's making it far more conversational and very, very personalized. We now have checkout agents that can actually monitor prices for a user and make a purchase based on size, address, color when the price drops. So if I want to buy a handbag, I can actually set it up with the shopping checkout agent who can make the entire purchase for me, just like how you would have a personal shopper. And you could even upload a private photo of yours on the Gemini app, see how clothes look on you, and style yourself through that photo. So very agentic. You can use agentic AI to find products in stock nearby. The agent can actually make phone calls to the stores to find which products are in stock and when could you get it. We have conversational shopping. You could actually just converse with search, just like how you would do with a friend. Hey, what is a moisturizer I need to use for Bangalore? It's a very, very dry climate right now, and it is very cold right now. Just like how a friend would answer, you could actually debate and converse with them. Then, of course, you could have an image in your head of the kind of product you would want and have that conversation with Gemini to actually zero down to those products. I want a handloom sari with a particular embroidery. I can't remember what the word is, but I think it's from northern part of Karnataka. Can you show me some images? And that is what Gemini can do for you. So it's immensely personalized. It's very conversational, very immersive. So in such a scenario, how do you keep up? How do you, as marketers, as business owners, keep up? And which is where, in this AI-powered era, we are also looking at AI-powered marketing. So I would want to just bring your attention to three products or 3 campaigns that you could actually look at. One is Performance Max. You no longer have to worry about whether you are reaching the right customer. You can actually give the input on the kind of goals you want to chase, the kind of customers you want to drive to your website or an app. You can also get inputs on the kind of products you want to sell, and voila. Across Google products, this will do the heavy lifting for you. Then we have an enhancement on search. Like I said, search is no longer text. It's no longer just keywords. It's a lot more immersive. So how do you win in that, right? So we have an enhancement called AI Max. What it will do is it will go to your landing pages. It will look through. It will see the kind of products you're selling. It'll look through the keywords, thereby ensuring that you're front and center when somebody is searching for anything similar to where you are in your offerings. And thirdly, we are looking at how do we go up about the funnel. This is all expressed intent, but how do we tap into the latent needs of the consumers? That's where we build Demand Gen, which will help you, again, build demand generation with far more image-rich experiences. And this trio is what can help you win in this AI-powered era. And like how in the morning Chaitanya spoke about following the consumer, these are also tools for you to follow the consumers. And here are a couple of examples of brands who have benefited from doing the same. And in fact, if you are listed on other platforms, how do you ensure that you have a lot more control in driving consumers to your brands? We have something called Commerce Media Network, which can help users land on your pages across marketplaces and across platforms so that you can derive the goodness of that intent and that express search, thereby driving business growth. And in fact, Rene Cosmetics managed to increase their sales by 11.5% on Blinkit using Commerce Media Networks with Google. While we talk about search, I think it would be amiss if we don't touch upon YouTube. YouTube is where we have all gone for product reviews, hauls, styling videos, suggestions, And that behavior continues. You know, we see that people watch over 90 million hours of shopping videos on YouTube every month. And 76% of viewers believe that YouTube has the most trusted creators, which means that they actually trust them to buy recommendations, even though it is an endorsed and it is an ad. They are more confident of buying those brands. By the way, the same research also spoke about our friends over at Instagram, and that number was at about 54%. So there is a certain amount of trust that comes with long-form video where you can actually tap into the trust and ensure you drive growth. And we're also making YouTube far more shoppable. We had this behavior of using connected TV, and you can now use QR codes to drive traffic to your website. We have shoppable mastheads where you can actually drive product carousels on YouTube. Sebamed did a great job with engaging with creators through our partnership ads and brand deals. So getting that creator endorsement for the brand, but in a native way which really speaks to the followers, is something that has worked very well for them. And with that, what I want to leave you with is that Google and YouTube are where discovery starts and decisions are made, especially for Gen Z users. So let's partner together to help you build your business and deliver on your business goals. If you would like, you can take a photograph of this. This is basically a quick assessment of where you could be with AI, and you could go back and take a look at your business and see how you want to stack up against each of these. Similarly, we have this program called Accelerate with Google, and wherein we have a lot of content, a lot of learning modules that can help you keep up with everything that's happening in the world of AI, marketing, and so on. We also have a masterclass in the afternoon from the Google Shopping team who can help you ensure that you are on top of how everything runs with Google platforms. So to give it a check. And with that, I want to leave you with a quick summary of everything we discussed, but looking forward to helping you build your business with Google and, of course, helping you be prepared and get ahead for the AI era. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. Yeah, so we have, Divya, you can stay back. So we have like 2 minutes more to go from, sorry.
Why is my non-stick pan sticking?
High temperatures can damage most nonstick pans. That's why I love this bad boy from our place. This is temperature safe up to 1,000 degrees, and it's virtually indestructible.
Well, I was so excited about your entire, presentation that I jumped up on stage. Sorry about that. But yes, Divya, tell us, what is your favorite product? And what do you use most of the time? I'm sure you have a busy schedule. We all have busy schedules. So what that you use, we can use as well.
Yeah. I'm a power user of Gemini. I use it to structure my day. It does my meal plans. So I can't think of what to really figure out for my meals for the week. So as an Indian vegetarian who eats so and so and so, it does my meal plans. I use it to plan my day. I actually use Notebook LM to pretty much prepare for my meetings, industry reports. So yeah, I'm pretty much a power user. But I actually really love Nano Banana. In fact, this is probably the only picture in recent times of mine that's not been enhanced by Nano Banana. I would really, really urge you to all give it a shout. It's a fantastic product, and the kind of things that you can make with it is great. And if you have kids, it's really nice to use the superhero feature. So your kids can be their favorite superhero using Nano Banana. It was a huge hit in my household.
So is there anything for the Bangalore traffic?
I wish there was. As a native Bangalorean, trust me, I wish there was. That's my only wish.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's give it up for them, everybody. Thank you. All right, Devishri, thank you for all that reassurance, because it shows that everything is moving in the direction we all want to see. It almost feels like a story unfolding, a story of how global intelligence and local innovation are coming together. From Google's global perspective to Shiprocket's full-stack solutions, we now shift our focus to how technology is reinventing the backbone of commerce in Bharat. This next session takes us deep into Shiprocket's AI-powered evolution, the innovations shaping the future, and the product launches that are building the next chapter of our ecosystem. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Atul Mehta, CEO, Domestic Shipping, Shiprocket. Let the claps go loud, everybody. Come on.
Thank you. Hello. Audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Some amazing sessions so far. We heard Sahil talk about what we are doing on the next level frontier on the AI side. I'm going to talk a bit about shipping, which is at the heart of what we do. That's how we started. And see, on shipping, we've continued to innovate over the years, whether it is smart courier allocation, whether it is NDR workflows, whether it is RTO reduction, whether it is branded tracking page, notify communications, different elements of the post-order experience. And we have heard you as we have built all those experiences on top of shipping. But what has happened over the last 3-4 years is we have realized commerce doesn't move in a single mode, right? So while you do national shipping, there are today different elements of commerce which come through. So there is same day, next day. There is hyper-local. There is cargo. There is international shipments. There is documents. There is drone deliveries today. You have dark stores. So your commerce is not limited by only national shipping. You are going to have these demands as you scale to move goods from your factory to the warehouse, from warehouse to the dark stores, from warehouse to dark stores of the hyperlocal marketplaces like Instamart, Blinkit, etc. And what you need as a brand owner and what you are expecting and what we've heard from you is you need a system which is scalable, which is reliable, right? Like that's the bare minimum. But what you're also not okay with is 8 different platforms, 8 different panels, 6 different workflows, 7 different SLAs, 9 different processes, because while there are different modes, I as a brand owner will love to have them all in a single place. And while we were building, and we were building in isolation, as we were talking and listening to you, we realized as we continue to expand our service offerings, we need to bring them all under one logistics platform, one unified layer, one place where you can orchestrate everything, one workflow, irrespective of what the mode is, whether it is hyperlocal or cargo or international or 4R or national or air or document or reverse with QC or whatever new mode which can come through. You should be able to do it in one workflow, one simple ecosystem, one panel, and one interface across whatever different types of carriers and different types of SLAs that you might have. And that's what we are launching today. One Shiprocket gateway, one place where you can very seamlessly access in a simple interface all these different services. I'm going to play a quick AV to take you through what we are launching. Can I have the AV, please? So today you can send an order through the API and let the system decide which carrier, which mode it needs to be. You don't need to decide or filter for this is a dark store order, this is a hyperlocal order, this is a cargo order, this is a national shipping order, or this is a cross-border order, and access those 5 different panels or those 5 different interfaces to be able to run your e-commerce operations of logistics. You can run it from one unified interface. You have one unified API through which you can access. And we are already doing it. Like there are customers like ABFRL, where we're getting the order on the same API. Some of them are hyperlocal, which we are delivering in 45 minutes. Some of them are national shipping, which we are delivering in 3 days. And some of them are SDD, which we are delivering same day in 8 to 10 hours. For the customer, for the merchant in this case, he has just one place where he can see these different 3 modes getting manifested. I think this is the future. And as you scale and as you get into different modes of logistics, this one single interface should really help you have a single view, which is easy to access and accessible for all. Moving on, that was on how a unified logistics layer come through. I'm going to talk a bit about Shiprocket shipping and the intelligence behind Shiprocket shipping. You know, at a certain, if you think about it, this is something which is core to why a lot of you potentially end up working with us, right? The intelligence of which courier is going to do better where, what is under stress, why among the different partners this particular lane is performing better for somebody. Like when people ask me, which is the best carrier, I said, there's no straight answer to it. If you ask me, which is the best carrier from Delhi to Bangalore, I'll say there's no straight answer to that also. The correct question to be asked is, which is the best carrier for Delhi to Bangalore today? And I'll give you an answer, straight. But if you ask me the same question 5 days later, which is the best carrier for Delhi to Bangalore, the answer might be different. And that's the intelligence on top of which our core recommendation engine works. When we do managed seller programs for some of the top tier sellers, that is the intelligence which is powering a great delivery experience for them. And it has been to a certain extent proprietary for us. That's something which we have always prided on, that with the millions and millions of transactions that we power, the intelligence which we as Shiprocket have is unparalleled. Maybe only the bigger marketplaces, Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho might have it, but even the Nykas and the Tata Clicks of the world don't process as many transactions as we do on a daily basis. So the intelligence of what is working where has been a core proprietary thing for us. We have kept it very close to our heart. And we have been trying to give it back to the ecosystem by implementing it in the core courier recommendation engine, the recommended tab which you see when you are on a Ship Now screen. But as we look at the ecosystem around, we're getting more and more open. We are getting more and more modular. Whether you look at fintech, whether you look at AI, people are trying to increase the impact they are creating in the ecosystem by opening up things which are proprietary. And we have taken a call fundamentally to do the same when it comes to what our intelligence is. We are going to open up Shiprocket intelligence and make it available to the ecosystem, make it available to everyone, whether you're shipping with us or not. This is information which is rich, which we are going to make accessible to anyone and everyone who's working and interfacing with supply chain. Sorry. Can we have a quick demo? I'm going to show you a quick demo of how this works. So this is radar. I'll quickly give you a glimpse of how it works. Another thing, like if you manage logistics and if you have a sense of logistics, you know, in logistics, 80% of the times things are working fine. Problem happens in those 20% shipments. When you see numbers on your dashboards, which says SLA is 87%, you know what that means? When you drill it down, you realize 80% or 70% of your shipments are at 100% SLA adherence. There are 20 which might be at 10%. What do you see as a blended average? 87. Correct? That's how the numbers, logistics numbers, the aggregate logistics numbers get aggregated. When you de-average it, there are a lot of how do you call it, pin codes, destinations, which are working perfectly fine. And this 80-20 happens for different carriers at different places, fortunately for us as an ecosystem. Right? And what we have tried to build on Radar is the intelligence on where what is happening for different carriers. And we have classified that as something which is called as stress pin codes. So when you look at Rajasthan and you want to see Blue Dart, clearly says 21% of pin codes in Rajasthan is under stress. And 19% of potential volume in Rajasthan is under stress. For delivery, 8% of Rajasthan is under stress. So if you are planning shipments in Rajasthan and you don't want to use our shipping recommendation engine, this is what is powering that shipping recommendation engine. 8% of delivery, 20% of Rajasthan, or 20% for Blue Dart. Pick up any other state. Maharashtra. E-cart, 24% under stress, 44% of volume is under stress. And we know Mumbai e-cart is going through a problem. It's going through a challenge. Delivery, 6% under stress. Uttar Pradesh delivery is under stress. 34% of volume in Uttar Pradesh is under stress. Now, these are macro numbers. What do you do with it? We have drilled it down even further at a pin code level with all the data you might need. So let's look at, again, Rajasthan. What did we look at? Blue Dart. And I'm going to take some time to explain all these metrics so that you are very crystal clear on how this is getting derived. This is breach percentage. So if there are 100 shipments planned in the network, how many shipments have breached the SLA? We're saying the number should be less than 25%. What is the number for this pin code? 68%. 68% of Blue Dart shipments in this pin code have breached the SLA. By the way, this is by 2 days. So 2 days से ज़्यादा EDD elapse हो गया है, अभी तक attempt नहीं हुआ है. 2 days have passed, not attempted. 68% of shipments in this pin code is happening. And at our scale, that is reflective of what's happening in this station in Blue Dart. SLA adherence, no surprises. If you are delaying shipments, your SLA adherence in this pin code is at 64%. This data, last 14 days average, getting refreshed every day. RTO without attempts. Of all the RTOs which have happened, how many have happened without attempt? Again, a big indicator of whether this pin code or this location is under stress or not. Not an outlier right now. Yes, the shipments are getting late, but they are not yet getting RTO'd. So not one of the stress identifiers. RAD pendency. You know what RAD is? Reached at destination. So shipment has reached the delivery station. When it reaches the delivery station yesterday, what do you expect? Tomorrow it should get attempted. Right? This is percentage of shipments which got attempted after 2 days or have not yet been attempted. This is a pendency of RAD हो गया है, अभी तक OFD नहीं हुआ है. What should this number be? Less than 25%. Very stringent benchmarks. What is this number for this pin code? 70%. BPR reattempt. You know, we get NDRs on every shipment. NDR first attempt not getting delivered. We run a workflow to check with the buyer, does he need it? You raise an escalation, you raise a reattempt request, whether the reattempt has happened in this location or not. Again, factual last 14 days number. Now, what this does is these 5 numbers are a very good indicator of what is happening in that location, in that particular pin code, when you look at it at our scale on a 14-day average. And what you're able to see is how every pin code for every carrier is performing, so that you can make intelligent choices if you're going to manually do it. This is Rajasthan 302019. You can change the carrier, say, to delivery. 301029 is not a stress for delivery. So if you have any shipments planned for that particular pin code, you planning it on Blue Dart right now. Not to say that Blue Dart is going to be stressful 15 days later in those locations or not. No, but today, right now, with SLA pendency, or with SLA adherence, with RTO without attempt, with NDR reattempt, with RAD pendency, is clearly giving a signal that it is under stress. And this is what we've launched it today in beta. In another 7-10 days, you'll be able to see it in your Shiprocket login IDs. The only gap is this is data as recent as yesterday. We are today manually refreshing it. We'll need 6-7 days to make it real-time refresh every day. Every day you can access this. Every day when you see, you used to see recommendation, and there was a lot of feedback which used to come to us, ye recommendation kahan se aa raha hai? We are open sourcing where the recommendation is coming from. This is the data which is powering it. This is last 14-day at scale data, which will help you optimize your operations. Something like this is not available right now in the country. This is proprietary to us, but I think it is important for us to share it with ecosystem, with partners. I'm not sure even if all our supply partners have access to it. I'm sure they are going to be equally excited to know how others are performing in different locations. So they can take that extra step. It's a report card getting published and refreshed every day on how everyone is performing on every pin code. And as consumers of this supply, making it useful and relevant for us to be able to make most use of it. Yeah. So that's all I had to share. The road ahead for us is interesting, is exciting, is more intelligent, more open source, for you to be able to create more value. I saw a hand raise up, and yeah. 7 days later, you'll have it on your panels. Yeah. The radar, like you saw trends, radar will be live for everyone to see. It is today, but for the next 7 days, the data might not get updated. We want to make it live when it is getting refreshed every day. I don't think we need real time, because it's last 14 days data. So when the RAD pendency, when it is there for a day, it's fairly mature. Sure, we can maybe pick that up on real time, and Q&A maybe we can do later, offline as well. But yeah, I would love to hear more from you guys on how we can make it more useful for you. We have been using this in giving a recommendation. Now we are making it open source. Thanks a lot. And with that, I'd like to invite Praful onto stage to take us through what else we are launching on the AI side. Over to you, Praful.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like we're on time, so I've got enough time to do my demos. Extremely excited to be here in Bangalore launching some cool AI products, and what better city to do it in than the tech and the AI capital of the country. Just to get an idea of the sense of the room before we get started, just like to understand, like how many people here from D2C brands, people doing any online selling, founders, marketeers, operational folks? Show of hands, please. Excellent. Do we have any engineers, techies in the house as well? Okay, a few. And any students joining us too? Super. So we have a very healthy mix. I do feel before I get to my demos, a bit of, I still feel we need the energy in the room just a tad bit, a little bit. We've all been sitting for a while. Are you guys with me for a quick warm-up exercise? I'm going to make you do it anyway. So let's do this. If I can request everyone to get up from their seats for just a few minutes. You guys get up? All of you, please. Thank you. Come in the center, and request you to keep your hands free. I mean, you can put your phones in your pocket or on your chairs, and we'll try and do a sync clap, okay? So you have to follow my lead and try and sync with me. Let's try this, and I'm just going to demo. It's going to be 1, 2, and then on the feet, okay? So let's do this. Faster. Okay, super. We're doing this well. We're going to do this one more time, and this time we're going to play some music. Let's try and see if we can sing that. Can we have the music, please? Louder.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will rock you.
Let's sing along.
We will rock you.
Super. Thank you. Big round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much for being a sport. We'll get right into the demos. Extremely excited to be talking to you about a couple of launches we are doing today. Before I get to that, a question for the group. And I see a lot of people who are involved in online selling are here with us today. What do you think is the topmost problem that you see as a seller? Is it getting new orders? Is it finding the right courier partner? Or is it actually doing a good job of the customer service? How many people in getting new orders is hard? It's a big problem. Okay, what about finding the right courier partner? Not as much. And doing customer service? Yeah, so I saw most of the hands go up, or maximum hands go up for getting a new orders, and I know it's hard. It's hard doing marketing. We had the representative from Google also talk to about all the innovations that are happening in the marketing space, and even harder to convert people. Imagine you've done the hard job of getting people onto your shopping platform, WhatsApp, website, Instagram channel, etc., and they don't end up converting. It almost feels like an opportunity that's been lost, right? And we've had Shiprocket checkout as a product with us for a while, and it does a great job of increasing conversion. But we always felt that it can do a little bit more to help drive conversions even higher. And with AI, that's now possible. Extremely excited to be talking to you about our AI checkout bidder, which helps personalize the checkout experience to your brand even more, to drive more trust, more attention, and further increase conversions on your front-end platforms. And the best way to do this is actually show you live what we've been doing all day. So I'm going to just run through on my just turn this, close this one. Okay, here we go. So here's a test website called Modern Art that I have for purpose of the demo. Let's try and see when we buy a product what the experience looks like. So let's go into this particular product. And we're going to try and do a checkout here. Here we go. So this is the Shiprocket checkout experience that currently exists on this brand website. Fairly functional, right? Does a good job of doing the address pre-fill, showing me the offers, all the payment modes that are available, etc. Yeah. Let's see what we can do more here. So I'm going to leave this as is, and I'm going to go to our backend platform. Yeah. Sorry, just 1 minute, guys. We'll try and find our panel here. Here we go. So this is the backend of the Shiprocket checkout dashboard as a product owner that all the merchants see. And we've launched something called Checkout Builder, which is powered by AI. So let's see what this does for us. And we're just going to simply go ahead and start building using AI. So it already has my account and the website filled in. I'm going to let it scan the website and figure out all the different brand elements that are available on the website to suggest me a better theme. Here we go. So what it's done is it's suggesting me a better color website on the background, which is more tuned to the banner, to the kind of products, to the layout that I have. I can change a bunch of these. I'm going to use this one, move on. There are multiple things that I can change on the banners. Color schemes, the background right now looks like this. I'm going to just change it a little bit. Let's turn this on. Payment modes that I can configure. So I can just drag and drop and change stuff here. And let's also turn on a couple of exit intents while we are at it. I'm just going to save this. So let me do the Shivir Bengaluru. Got it. And while I'm at it, what I'm also going to do is turn on a couple of other settings. So let me turn on a couple of discounts. And also some custom upsells that I've built in. And hopefully now this starts working. So let's go back to our website now. I'm going to go to the home page. Just refresh this once so that everything is loaded. Let's start from the add to cart experience. So we see now added a new experience on the add to cart, which enables higher AOV conversions, driving more and more milestone oriented behavior. Does a bunch of recommendations of upsells as well. Let's go into the checkout experience that we just built. And we see now it's changed, right? It started to show me the background has changed, the top banner has come in, the orange background, which is slightly there, is now trying to see. There are upsell opportunities. And the moment I start to, let's say, exit, it's also going to try and do an upsell to me on the offer. So all of this, again, very high configurability, very high AI-driven intelligence that is working at the background to make sure. And with the click of a few buttons, we're able to get the experience from point A to point B extremely simply. This is making sense, guys? Super. So this was the AI Checkout Builder available for all checkout customers on Shiprocket as of now, as of today. Can we go back to the slides, please? Yeah. For my second launch, and I'm taking cue from something that Sahil and Atul were talking to you about, we've had a very strong API stack which runs on a lot of intelligence underneath Shiprocket that we use to power our internal products. A lot of the products that you see, whether it's in the shipping or in the checkout, are running on a lot of AI-driven intelligence powered by a extremely deep API stack. And we've constantly had merchants like yourselves, partners come in and say, hey, how can I use this deep API stack to power other workflows and use cases in my business to further increase impact? Extremely excited to be talking to you about Shiprocket Sense, our API platform, where you can access all of Shiprocket intelligence using simple APIs that you can configure. And just to showcase how this looks, we're going to actually go into the API panel itself. Just going to close this one. So this is Shiprocket Sense, our API dashboard. And it has a bunch of products spanning multiple use cases across address, riskiness, and many more coming. All of these are available in a simple login, pay-per-use kind of a setup that anybody can access. Let me actually demo a few to you to show you what lies underneath. As you can see, this is our product page. All of these different products run off different APIs. Like I said, some on address, some on riskiness of orders, and generally on e-commerce workflows that are needed across marketing all the way up to shipping and returns for merchants. What I'm going to do is let's try and do address. So why don't we try and play around with the address. For each product and API, there's a detailed understanding of what this is, along with a playground. For all the techies in the house and people who've got their hands dirty on other similar API panels, you'll find this extremely familiar. You can test out these APIs right there and then in the panel, do sample checks and then figure out what works with you simply by creating an account. So let's check address. Address, why it's important? It's extremely important to ensure that orders get delivered on time with high predictability and don't become RTOs. So we have the address already preloaded. It's an address for Noida in the Delhi NCR region. Let's run the API and see what the result. So you can see, and the thing I want you all to concentrate on is the score. It says that the address has a very high score. 1 means almost 100%. Quality is valid and the riskiness is low. Let's try and see what happens when I change this a little bit. So let me try and reduce some details here. I'm going to reduce this and run this again. So you see the score changed massively. It's now only at 0.366 from 1, and it started to get ambiguous because it's not able to make sense. There's no house number. I only see a region. It's going to be very difficult to figure out where to deliver this order at. And let me do one more thing. Let me now just change the pin code to actually something that does not exist in Noida at all. And you see, the address has become invalid and the riskiness is super high. And you know why it's high? Because in the supply chain, pin code decides where the order is going to get routed. There are high chances that this order is going to get routed to the wrong hub and the wrong location, and very, very high chances of non-delivery happening here. And hence, with this intelligence, planning supply chain capabilities for any operational business becomes extremely easy and relevant. Let's do one more demo. Let's do a fun one. So here's the gender predict. So basically, this is for more marketeers and figuring out personas and the kind of users that you have on your data. So we have all of these names. Actually, let me make this slightly more gender neutral. So we have these names. Let me run this. So you see it's predicting Atul as male, Nitin as female with a lot of confidence, and Priya as female. Extremely simple, right? But AI also has its limitations. Let's try something which is slightly difficult. Sorry. Let's refresh this once. So let me do Navjot. What do you guys think this is going to predict? Any guesses? Everyone thinking male? Female? Yeah, there are mixed opinions. I think the AI is going to possibly give me a mixed opinion as well. So see, it's just some level of confidence, so it's female, but it's extremely confused. It's only 50%. It could go here and there, and that's the nature of the name Navjot. So something that becomes extremely useful as well. So that's on our Sense platform. If you can just go back to the slides for just a second. And we thought, and this is again coming from something that Sahil was demoing in the morning, we feel India is an extremely voice-first country. A lot of use cases on voice are going to involve, and AI is going to be at the backbone on making sure a lot of these become workflows and core parts of products, experiences that exist currently. And for that, we've been investing heavily in voice. Very excited to be launching a voice platform as part of the Sense platform today here at SHIVIR. This is currently available in alpha today. So I'm going to just quickly go back to my demo and show you what this means. If you can go back to the screen, please. So we're launching an India-first voice. Idea here being to make it extremely cost-effective and also tune to the Indian audience as much as possible and the use cases that drive it. I'm going to demo a few interesting ones and the use cases that we've built. So let me see if it can tell us a joke. Let's see if we can do that.
Why don't eggs tell each other secrets? Because they might crack up.
So AI still needs to get better at its sense of humor. None of us laughed. But we're working on making sure that there's enough intelligence there as well. We have a lot of preloaded voice that is available for different use cases and personas. Let me play a few for you here as well.
नमस्ते, मैं समर हूँ, एक कहानीकार। मैं किताबों, कहानियों और वृत्त चित्रों को दिलचस्प अंदाज में प्रस्तुत करता हूँ ताकि आप हर कहानी को महसूस कर सकें।
मैं नमिता हूँ। मैं एक सहायता प्रतिनिधि हूँ। मैं अपने ग्राहकों की किसी भी सवाल या समस्या में मदद करती हूँ।
Yeah, and just going back to the Sense platform. So we have the text-to-speech and speech-to-text APIs also available here, again in alpha right now. There's a playground where you can test, so we can have so let's do something in English, generate a sample text, and see if we want to listen it into a particular voice.
The cow is one of the most gentle and loving animals known to mankind.
So all of this, guys, now feeling extremely proud to be making something which has been under the hood on Shiprocket, as Atul was also saying, available to the community in general, where we feel it will not just better results, but also help drive entrepreneurship in India. Thank you so much for your attention. You've been a great audience. Hope you have a rest of the great day. Thank you.
Thank you. So hands up if you already have a feature that you want to try the moment you get back home. A lot of them. Well, all right, founders, this one's for you, okay? What really makes an investor sit up? Is it the numbers? Pace of growth? The story you tell? Or is there something deeper that comes out in the room? To decode it all, the metrics, the moments that make investors lean in, we have an all-star investor lineup. Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage Kanwaljit Singh, founder and managing partner of Fireside Ventures. Keep those claps going, everybody. Bhavani Pratap Rana, Susquehanna Asia Venture Capital. And to moderate this session, we have Mr. Amit Singh, partner, KPMG.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. This room full of so much energy. There are a lot of upcoming startup companies, D2C brands, etc. A lot of founders, operators, marketeers. If there's one question on top of everybody's mind, is what it takes for a business to scale up. Asking that question differently to both of you. What makes a business investable? So I'll just go around with both of you. That when you look at a D2C brand, which is the single most important matrix that you see at the first sight, to have a filter whether this brand is worth exploring further or not.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not able to see too many faces, but that's okay. You know, this is obviously the most common question that is asked to us as investors. And my answer has always been that, you know, the jockey before the horse. So as investors, certainly my bias, so back founders whom I believe are really, and using the same racing example, you know, what we call lambi race ka ghoda. So if you find founders who really believe in what they are doing, then the purpose behind why they are building what they are building. And again, a lot of experience, a lot of examples in my own journey of having worked with founders who were very purpose-driven, very driven by a mission of how they want to build out. To me, that's a very big, you know, positive endorsement, because the journey of entrepreneurship is not easy, and it can be very tough with lots of ups and downs. So having that ability to, you know, believe in yourself, continue to persevere, have the passion to keep building, and to some extent, you know, have that jugaad mindset to navigate a lot of the, you know, ups and downs. So to me, that is the core of, you know, I would say the most important factor. And then, you know, you superimpose that with what space you are looking at, what is the opportunity, how do you differentiate yourself. But as early stage investors, to be honest, Amit, we don't get that answer very easily. So you back the company, and then as they build out, as you work with them to build out, some of the answers become clearer. So a good founding team, good founders, I would back them even if I'm not confident of the business.
That's a very interesting perspective, Kanwaljit. Bhavani, you want to add your perspective to this question?
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with Kaval on this. It is a real focus on the founder. So just to give you some perspective, we invest across sectors. So we are not a specialist consumer or a D2C brand and in other markets, I would say we always look at what the market is. And you know, that's the proxy in this case for Kaval's comment about the horse. And we look at that to see what the TAM is, because at some points you'll run into a TAM exhaustion aspect. In D2C, I actually would make I would weight the founder far higher. And for the reason that it's the founder here that there is, for a product, it is never apparent that there is a need for it until it is as expressed by the founder in the channel and in the cost envelope that he's targeting. It also requires that if you look at the successful D2C companies, they don't come with one product that just skyrockets. They're layering on several modules, they're layering on different types of customers, and it is that unique attribute of the founder to constantly take a crowbar and wrench open that market. And so I would say if you're in the D2C segment, you are well served by being convinced about the founder's tenacity. And I think as Kaval mentioned, this is a very, lambi ghodi chahiye, because you really need a long rope here. And you need to have conviction with the founder that he is not going to be exhausted.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Both of you talked about founders' attribute, lambi race ka ghoda. So what are the early signs for a company which helps you determine that this is a horse for the long run?
I think, let me, digress a little bit. Is everybody here D2C founders? I mean, how many of you are D2C founders? Okay. I think the big, almost intuition, Amit, to us is that what are you trying to solve for? And very often, our industry is in a way maligned with the fact that, we are chasing top line revenues, and, nobody cares about profitability and burn and everything like that. I think that's not true as a general dictum. And certainly in our industry, like Bhavani said, you cannot just buy the business. So there is no such thing as, buy the business, because unless you create customer love, unless you create that desire that I want to consume this brand and not even this product again and again and again, it's almost impossible to conceptualize a long-term business. So to me, the first sign of that founder's intuition is, what you're building, who's your audience, what problem you're solving, why are you the best answer, and how diligently are you focused on just ensuring that, you get that, whoever your target customer is, you get their customer love. And that reflects in the ratings, reviews, etc., etc. And honestly, one of the big debate that we have had, and Bhavani and I were just chatting about one of our companies that we have invested in together, is the focus on retaining a customer once you have got them is so important in our business. And sometimes I find founders forget that. I mean, this desire to keep acquiring more customers and therefore growing the business. So the fundamentals are not changed for the last 100 years. It's just that the channels have changed, the way businesses are done has changed, there is a lot of disruption in the infrastructure around it. But ultimately, a customer is looking for a great product, a great brand, something that you relate to. And, lots of examples in our lives, Boat is one of the companies we invested in. You can argue what's so special about an audio headset company because it is such a commodity product. But the love they created with the consumers, the attachment to saying, I want to buy a Boat product, and that's really what then drives success. So I think the fundamentals of building a brand, if that is something you see in the founders very early on, I think there is a high probability of correlation that they will be successful.
Thank you so much. So, taking a cue from where you left, that you must be sitting, both of you, through multiple pitches kind of throughout the day, throughout the month. Which do you think is one metric which founders tend to overhype, which is actually not that relevant for the growth or scalability of the company?
I think it's, and you should understand the context. I typically come in slightly later than Kaval, so the aperture I'm looking through is slightly different to what he had. I would say it's the number of the emphasis on the absolute number of customers being acquired is something that entrepreneurs are proud about, and they should rightly be so. However, as the investor or someone who would evaluate the business for its sustainability, I would actually look at how much of that audience is actually repeating. So it goes back to the comment about retention. The challenge comes about is you're constantly in a, it's like a calculus problem. You're constantly having to evaluate what trade-offs are you making across different channels, and you're in a way trying to regress what could be an LTV over a period of time without having the full cohort play out. So if all of that, if the preceding statements are accurate, then it is really essential for you that you can fulfill the retention. The reason is, it is very difficult for you on a sustained basis to control what your CAC is as you scale, because there are dislocations that will come in, there's seasonality that comes in, a channel saturates at a certain point. So you have to give yourself, in some way, this approach where, you know, if you think about your cohort lifespan, you have a probability assigned to what that score is likely to occur, or what would the LTV be over a period of time. But that's your prior probability. And in a way, every month, the signal of you're getting on how that cohort on the revenue retention side is performing requires you to modify your posterior probability in some way.
There's definitely a lesson for all the founders who are sitting in this room. That follows me to my next question. That as brands kind of...
Let me give you a little slightly different perspective, just to add more. I find two data points which I literally discount. One is size of market. I think 100 million, 100 billion, 5,000 crores. You can't call, you know, the market by, you know, fashion is a $100 billion market. So if I can get 0.001% share of that, I'll be build a great business. And I think that makes no sense at all. And I think that's where I find a lot of the focus goes in trying to convince that there is a large market. Yes, you know, like Bhavani said, you have to be very clear about what exactly is your target customer, how you're building it out. So building it from ground up, saying this is how I'm going to execute, these are the customers, this is my core market, and how I'll build LTV around it. Second thing is, I personally, and this is a blasphemous statement, I completely discount any forward-looking business plans. Because for a startup to say, today I am doing, 2 crores a year kind of numbers, and I'll do 500 crores in the next 5 years, and there is no validity to that. So once again, it's really your immediate quality of thinking, how you are thinking of customer, how you're thinking of channel, how you're thinking of product market fit. That is really the crux of, convincing us that, A, there is an opportunity, this is how I'm going to execute, this is my team. And what people don't spend enough time on, and I think my team, I keep telling them they should spend more time on, is understanding the people on both sides. So for us to, be very confident that this is the team we want to support, how are they building the organization? One big, again, honest confession, sometimes founders don't build the next level team early enough. And to me, that is a huge red flag. On the other side, I would suggest every founder sitting in the room should do diligence on who you're partnering with. Just because it's, check somebody's writing, there are so many nuances attached to that. So this aspect of diligencing each other, being very comfortable with the people, because, like I said, all of us in my team will believe that, yes, founder comes first, everything has to be founder first, but all the focus on the diligence is on the numbers, business plans, opportunity, market. And founders then become, one conversation and, oh, I like this founder or not. So I think there are lots of, we are a very early market. I mean, we are 15, 20 years old as a VC industry. So still there is a lot more to learn and a lot more to, understand as a cohort. So just wanted to add,
That's very interesting. You have been known to back many legendary founders who everybody looks up to. Since you talked about scale and channel, in your opinion, Kamal and Bhavani, at what stage do you think companies should go omni-channel? Most of the companies start from D2Cs. At some point of a time, they make a transition to omni-channel play. In your opinion, what is the right kind of a stage for a company to start looking at omni-channel play?
So I think, again, this is one of those questions which is, everybody is, almost looking for a formula for it. I don't think there is a formula. I still go back to the fundamentals. Your first objective has to be demonstrate customer love. Now that can happen D2C, that can happen e-commerce, that can happen online. I'll give you some examples. Mamaearth, which is one of our earliest investments, they found such a wonderful sweet spot in the D2C e-commerce space. They didn't go offline till they were 300 crores in revenue. We have a company called Sleep Company. They decided to go offline almost in the first, I would say, 1.5 years, because consumers said, I want to touch and feel. How can I buy a mattress if I can't touch and feel? But they organized themselves so beautifully that their stores today, and if any of you have visited any of their stores, they have about 200 stores now in the country, they don't sell mattress, they sell the experience. So you can't go and buy a mattress in the store. There are these lovely beds, you can go lie down, go to sleep if you want. You choose the product in the store if you want, but it is delivered on the same back end, the same partner like Shiprocket, etc. Everything is integrated. To me, that is omni-channel. And then we have a company called Okera, which is a lab diamond jewelry company. Their first beginning, starting of the business was a store. So first of all, I think this thing about saying when do you go offline or omni-channel is a slightly, I would say, nuanced question in my mind. Second is that, what is the right combination of going off omni-channel? My biggest advice to our founders is don't think of it as going offline. Think of it as a customer 360 view. So you could go into a cluster in Whitefield in Bangalore and do offline plus online plus e-commerce, and that can still make sense. So again, some of these learnings have happened over the years, and we find this a very interesting debate because everything has its own, complexity. So going offline and saying that I want to distribute to 10,000 stores is highly unadvisable. But to say that I will create these clusters and I will go and build my presence and I will have my own locations if I am, let's say, a fashion brand or a home products brand, that really is what is driving a lot of the behavior. And we have some fantastic learnings on how this omni-channel piece is working.
That's a very nuanced perspective. It kind of changes the lens through which we look at that problem itself. But do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think that Kaval said it right. You have, the one first thing is there is no formula. It is always driven on what is the product or the service you're selling. If you take an example of Kaval, he talked about Honasa, so Mamaearth. Look at the ASP, right? So when you say, okay, I need to have a physical aspect to it versus a mattress ASP, very, very different. So what you're really needing to understand is a lot of the approach of omni-channel is not, I need to have a store. What you need to ask yourself is, am I serving all the places where my customer is? And you're trying to reach for that. And then depending on your ASP, the size of the product, what the frequency is, these are things that come into as determining what kind of omni-channel you need to be. You could be omni-channel even if you had a successful strategy of selling through modern trade, right? Because you've got some physical out there. You don't need this thing of having to have an expectation, I'm going to have my own store. Similarly, if you have something unique in the store, which is moving away from like just the 4 Ps, but you're also providing an information service or an experience. So let's take beauty. Beauty is a good example for that. It's a good you have something called a beauty advisor channel. Now the beauty advisor channel, if you look at it, in a beauty brand, is an expensive one. It is one where, but it is also in some way like a strategic moat that you're creating. And you then also have to understand that those beauty advisors that you push the product through, there's a high placement cost that you may have to involve. If you are in the modern trade category, you got to spend money to just have them there. You have to have a way of being able to incentivize and motivate them. And all of this, if you boil down, is that you're now dealing with the analog world. And when you move from the digital world, the digital world advantage is that your outcomes can be modeled because it's not changing unless the variable is changing. It's very hard sometimes to figure out what's going wrong in the analog world. The decision loops are much longer. So if I were to summarize and build on what Kaval said, I'd say it's very situational driven on what is your product and how would you serve it and what can the physical or the omni-channel experience involve.
No, thank you so much. We talked about expansion through channel. We talked about founder's purpose. But there's one debate every founder goes through in his mind all the time as to how to balance between growth versus profitability. You talked about lifetime value of the customer. That could be one of the useful matrices. But what will be your guidance to kind of the people sitting here that how to look at this problem and how to kind of arrive at an answer in their own minds about it?
Okay, sure. I think the most important criteria for me or us as a Fireside is what is the unit economics of the business you are in. If you can get that piece right, then it's a question of what are you investing in and for what kind of purpose. So give you an example, in the food business, we have several companies. If you are looking at a 40 to 50% gross margin, at least that is a stable opportunity to build on in terms of growth. Now, you may in the beginning be investing in marketing, in performance, in building a team, and therefore there is still a burn. But the clarity on saying how can you move to path to profitability will come from that core of saying, am I able to command a price which allows me a margin of say 45-50%? And one of the myths of saying that today I am at 15%, but with economies of scale and with all the other quote-unquote efforts, I will be able to take it to 50%. It doesn't work like that. I mean, yes, 5-10% you can optimize. So first of all, are you really in a business where your brand and your offering can command that price which can be at that margin? Now that means that very often these tend to be a little bit more premium, little bit more urban products, but we are starting to see that this is percolating into small town India, into Bharat as we call it, and you can still have very healthy gross margin. So that is the first indicator. Second, I think most important, I would say, criteria for thinking of profitability is getting that sharpness of who's your target audience, how do you acquire, how do you retain? Because invariably there is universal truth that acquiring and holding a customer is cheaper than getting a new customer every time. So that is again, I would look at the repeat metrics, I would look at the customer rating reviews as a very critical indicator of saying, can this business make money? Because there is, even if it's a small cohort, even if it's a, very, very, because in India, that's the beauty, right? There is enough people in every, cohort sitting there. But for you to say that, I want to target this large market and therefore I'm going to sell at the lowest price and I'm going to discount, I am not a big believer in that. So I think again, the growth versus profitability question ultimately comes down to shape of business. And if you can get that metric right, then it's a question of what ambition you have, how fast you want to grow. Very often we find companies have built a very strong core business, which is profitable, which can deliver the cash that you're looking for. But they are investing in, going, again, Honasa is a great example, right? I mean, built on the strength of Mamaearth, but then, they acquired new brands, they have launched new brands, now it's a house of brands. So that is a great way to differentiate between growth versus profitability as a portfolio. And that also, in a way, allows you to be more strategic about it.
Thank you so much. Bhavani, do you have any incremental?
Yeah, I would say that there is always a desire to have, you grow faster, but you really need to be asking yourself whether, is there a pull for the product truly, right? If you just otherwise burning performance marketing and brand marketing that isn't doing. And all of that should tie back into the unit economics and the retention that you're seeing.
And let me use my gray hair and for all the entrepreneurs here, give a piece of advice. Don't chase growth by launching new products every time as the only way to keep showing revenue, because it can really bite you even in the short term, if not in the long term. So I have seen that behavior in our companies. I have seen that behavior in our team as well. Something is working out, still a little bit not totally, proven, and you say, oh, but, let me launch a new category, let me launch a new category. Investors will look for, what are the other categories of growth and how will you grow to a large business. So sometimes, that behavior is also driven by external factors like how do I raise money and so on and so forth. It's a death trap. If you are continuously launching new products just to show revenue when you have not got your core business value proposition right, it's a very slippery slope. So, I mean, unsolicited advice, but please don't.
No, that's extremely helpful, I'm guessing, for everybody in the room. That brings me to my follow-up question here. As people scale up from startup to mid-stage to eventually institutional capital raise or IPO-ready company, what is the lens which founder need to continuously change so that he keeps pace with this journey?
I think the fundamental difference is founder's own growth from being an entrepreneur to being a leader, to being a manager, to being a cheerleader. And honestly, I would say if you have that self-awareness that I am a great 0 to 1 founder, but I'm not a good 10 to 100 or 100 to 1000 founder, that is a business which will sustain and be a long-term prospect. So, there is serious amount of angst, especially in India, and globally we have seen, Bhavani can tell you, he's done more global investing, there's this whole desire to hold on to, this is my business, my baby, I gave it my blood and sweat and I'm going to run it. You are going to run it to the ground if you are not the right person to do that job. So that understanding of when you need to, evolve either into the next stage of growth of the business as a founder, or bring in people who can do it and take a role which is more mentorship, even look at new initiative, new ideas. And if you can manage that, I think that's the first one. Second big mistake, like I said earlier, is hiring the right people, the right talent ahead of that particular thing. So today, if a company, in fact, I had the chat with one of my companies last week saying, we are at 25, 30 crore revenue. We want to be 100 crores. I said, do you have the organization to run a 100 crore business? Because if you don't have that and you hit 100 crores, then you start looking for people, and then, there's the whole process of settling in and chemistry and building the whole, the cohort. You are then going to stumble at the 100 crore to 500 crore mark. So to me, those are the critical ones. Then, of course, there's the whole business aspects, which are more known.
Bhavani, you have taken multiple companies in your portfolio to listing. What has been your experience, do's and don'ts, as the founders are scaling up their business?
I'll give you a real life example of what I think the audience can relate to. So in my mind, the entrepreneur who's demonstrated the highest degree of equity value in India is Dipinder from Zomato, right? I'm not an investor. I'm not an investor in it. But if you look at his journey, you notice that he has been so self-aware of figuring out when to bring new people in. And if you look at it, you'll see that this is a person who has had his co-founder leave. He's promoted people up through the ranks. Then they become a co-founder. Then they leave. Then there's another set of people that come in. His acquisition of Blinkit, where if you look at the analyst reports, the equity value that is attributed on account of Blinkit now eclipses Zomato. So, but you don't see, what you don't see is any insecurity that is demonstrated, by him in that of positioning Albinder or that Blinkit team as the value creator here, right? There's no jostling, there's no ego. It's remarkable. So if you take that as a living example of an organism that is, or the organization is a living organism, it's constantly regenerating itself. And that is how an entrepreneur should be.
Very, very useful. It's turning out to be a master class in building a business. Little mindful of time. If we have little time, maybe one or two questions from the audience you may want to take.
Chasing the growth. I recently, at least last year, I was researching on few brands. One brand, it made a huge noise. That is Mensa Brands, who raised within 6 months, become a billion-dollar company, more than $1 billion, and raised 200 million. The problem I saw is with that brand is they acquired around many brands. Some of the brands they acquired is 50 million and they sold it at 9 million. What do you, I mean, I felt very bad being an entrepreneur because 200 million is a lot of money. You can help at least 2,000 entrepreneurs who are struggling and with a lot of ideas here. And the VCs are investing like this. And even for the Zomato, quick commerce, none of them made profit and none of them are making any profit so far. That's another topic, but I just would like to know your thoughts on that.
I didn't understand the question. I heard a comment, which is, what were the VCs doing investing in that? But is there a specific question?
Sorry, just got, I wanted your thoughts on that.
Can you speak on the mic?
Sorry, the first thing I wanted to, your thoughts on the growth, chasing the growth when you mentioned, and I gave a live example of Mensa Brands, and we are still hearing their panel discussion and listening, and it's a failed brand, I felt. That's why I wanted to know what investors are looking at. Is it a growth or a thoughtful strategic approach from an entrepreneur?
If I may come in here as a moderator, it might not be appropriate to comment on specific situations. Kind of in this forum, perhaps there are general questions. You perhaps can discuss offline as well. Kaval may remain here for 5-7 minutes, so perhaps this we might pass. Kind of sorry for that part of it here, etc.
Can you guys hear me? Yes, okay. Good afternoon to you three. As a early founder in my initial 6 months of the stage, and in this AI wave, I want to hear from both of you. How do you cancel out the noise from the AI-based companies to the companies who are actually showing promise to do something? You might be seeing people coming that, hey, I can build the next rocket ship, right? How do you differentiate that from something which is actually tangible and you feel that this can convert into something big? If that makes sense.
I'll take a stab at it, and then it is we can. I don't think that's. I think if you know, the good part is that Kaval and I started working together just about the time of the internet .com bubble. So we've seen cycles like this. In every cycle, whether it's AI, it was prior to that it was the .com. There's been fintech. There's always been a deluge of data signals that come in, and that crowds out, you know, the signal to noise ratio in there. As an investor, you really have to stick to your knitting in some way of figuring out what is it that you're focused on. And some of the intrinsic aspects don't change. The bubbles do create funding opportunities that surface, but when the tide goes out and over a long period of time, the horizon that we're investing for is not to trade. So as an investor, I invest in illiquid stock. I have to work with the founder, and I can only exit if there is a terminal value which is a listing or a trade sale, and that comes about when generally there's something attractive that has been generated in the company. So I don't think, you know, it's too generic to say that there's a lot of, you know, noise on the AI side. If I make this contextual for this audience, the good part is, and this is something that India, there was a lot of commentary saying that India is the anti-AI trade, right? Because we weren't creating the same level of, or birthing the kind of companies that the US and maybe China were seeing. If you look at it from this room, we're at a different stage of our consumption cycle as a country. And that gives us the opportunity, because largely it's all consumer brands out here. So AI for us in this room is such a magnifier or a force multiplier for what we can do. And that's what you should, you know, take some consolation with.
Well, this is very insightful, but being mindful of time, I think we'll have to wrap this. And I'm very sure audience share the sentiment that all of us will walk. at least a little wiser after this discussion than when we entered the room. Many thanks, Kaval, for your time. Many thanks, Bhavani, for your time. We had a wonderful session. Thank you once again.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm definitely meeting you offline and pitching my idea to you. You never know, it might just work. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch. Please join us for lunch in the pre-function area. Also, we've got a master class on the second floor. So if you want to take a look at the master class, it's happening on the second floor. Request you all to kindly be back exactly at 2 p.m. We will start our next sessions exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you.
You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you'll never tell them how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels. Wasn't just some army of love. Maybe we just losing control. Without it all feeling like lost. I need some more. I need some more. I need it again. I need it wasn't just some army of love. Maybe we just losing control. Without it all feeling like lost. I need some more. I need some more. I need it. I need T-shirt on, tell me your love. I'll take the chance. Whoa, the night is young. Wanna have some fun? Do you like what I got on? It's time to dance. Don't fight the feeling. Let's get revealing. Show me the moves you got. Yeah. Don't leave me hanging. The music's banging. I'll show you mine. Just watch. Yeah. Take that. sorry that you feel that way. I'm 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 sorry that you feel that I'm alive, free from the cage full of lies. They're gonna say it's how it is. Sorry that you feel that way. I'm a champion. No, I ain't afraid. come into your arms, baby. I will never call your phone, baby. I will never come into your arms, baby. Oh, baby. Eyes are missing the way you look at me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. When you never love me, you don't love me. What do you break my bit, 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 bit? Call me one more time. I would never call your phone, baby. I would never come back to your arms, baby. I would never call your phone, baby. I will never come back to your arms, baby. Oh, baby. your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels, how it feels, how it feels.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Request all of you to kindly start moving inside. We are about to begin. All those who are in the pre-function area, and if you can hear me, request you all to start moving inside. Take your seats. Request you all to also put your phone on silent. We've got an action-packed afternoon sessions lined up for you. So please do walk inside and take your seats as soon as you can. We will begin shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please move inside, take your seats. We're about to begin. All right, so hope you guys enjoyed lunch. Welcome back. How's the energy level now? Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing? How are you doing? Very good. Just look at his energy, guys. Come on, can you match that? Can you all just match that energy? Everybody, come on. How are you guys doing? Well done. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that energy booster that you just gave us. So we have something very, very interesting lined up. I know all of you have just had lunch, so I'm not going to ask you to get up, stand up, do anything at all. We'll just focus on what needs to be presented here. As you can see, we've got 6 chairs, and we've got a very, very interesting panel discussion. We've got a moderator talking about something very interesting. So all those who are outside, please start moving inside. We're waiting for a couple of more people to join us. All right, since we've got all our panelists, our moderator, and most importantly, all of you all set and ready. So let's shift our focus to the world we're operating in today, the new economy, a space where customers expect speed, chase scale, and experience becomes the real differentiator. This is where connected commerce truly matters. To explore how leading companies are navigating this shift, please join me in welcoming our panelists. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Kishore Lanka, Director Operations, Amazon Shipping. Anandita Saha, Media Director, Blink Digital. You can clap, everybody. Come on. Let's give them a warm welcome. So you can start taking your seats, please. Waldemar, Region Head, India, Joom. Bharat Mandot, CEO, Stelco. And Mr. Piyush Singhal, CEO, JPPL. Of course, we've got our moderator, Mr. Gaurav Mangal, CEO, Checkout and Ads, Shiprocket. Over to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think, let's have a seat. Yeah, no, I have this. Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Kishore, you come here. Ananta, you come here. I think I come here.
Yeah, hi everyone. So this is Gaurav. So let's have a discussion around the connected commerce piece where I have the panelists introduced by the moderator. So there is a thing that, now speed is become a must
has become a must for everyone, like be it D2C, be it marketplace, or speed with customer preferences, like what we call EDD. So how do you feel that with respect to optimizing on speed, making it reach faster and faster, is there a disruption in customer experience, or what exactly can be a true customer experience for all the brands? So let's start with the Amazon thing. So Kishore, over to you.
I get to always start the controversial topics. But nice to be here, and thanks for having us share the stage today. A lot of places, when speed is put up, one area that is underscored less is the last mile discoverability of the customer and customer availability. So a lot of times we talk about, hey, if you fly, you're faster, but you're only as fast as you can reach the customer in the last mile. So that is one aspect I wanted to share back to say, do you know the location of the customer where the delivery needs to happen precisely, so that the routes get calculated basis customer availability as well. Many places, people ship next day delivery orders that reach the delivery station, say at 4 p.m. because you order till midnight or early morning, and you reach at 4 p.m. to the last mile. But alas, the delivery address is actually commercial, going to close in 2 hours. And that's where the struggle starts between being 95 and 99. Till 95, you may somehow cover it, but to be 99 plus, which is the reliability, and hence the true fulfillment of customer promise, you need to have this space covered very well. And the starting point of this space comes from the customer landing at the web page. So that's where you first make an offer to the customer, order by 4 p.m. to get it tomorrow by whatever time, or order by 7 a.m. in the morning to get it today by whatever time. So are we thinking of the first promise, since we attract the customer to the landing page, through the last mile, and planning this journey meticulously to be that 99 plus percentile delivery experience supply chain? So these two aspects tie up when you call speed. The rest of it, whether to fly, whether to go by surface, I think a lot of disruptions have already happened and stabilized the middle mile. The first part of it of checkout and the last part of it at delivery are the key elements that define the 95 to 99 journey.
No, I have also seen on the checkout piece that, once you display the EDD on the product page, and if you adhere to those EDDs, you get repeat, that triggers repeat. And also the add to cart to actual checkout full transaction, there is a 10%, 12% uplift in what we have seen across the brands who use, our checkout product with the EDD. Plus 95, 99 percentile on the SLA adherence is something, I have not heard of on the EDD piece. Amazon might be able to deliver it, but for the brands, they are still, chasing 88 to 92% kind of a delivery adherence.
And that's precisely my point in saying, have we integrated the promises, knowing who the customer is from the landing page, and have we provided that information with no translation errors to the downstream supply chains? Once you get these two right, then the partners are available who can actually do it at that reliability. If it can happen on Amazon, it can happen for everyone, provided these two aspects are taken care of.
Well, this is very important, and this is one of the things that bring trust as well for D2C brands, since, like every day there are 10 odd brands coming up. So if you want to stand out, you need to have a trust component plus a customer experience which, you can deliver. So over to you, Anandita, on this, that, can there be some disruption around, speed, display, customer experience while you are interacting via potential consumer through an ad platform? How have you seen this via Billing Digital?
So
I come from a media background as well as from an agency background. And when we come from agency background, we are working with a portfolio of brands which are present across on their own D2C websites, as well as they are looking for the discoverability through marketplaces and Q-commerce verticals. And I believe speed is a very important component in today's era, because we are living in the era where 10 minutes delivery, 30 minutes delivery exist. And if we are unable to fulfill those promises, then in that way we are just losing on the retention of the users. Now, in terms of disruption, I believe speed is speed efficiency increases with the agility. So, however, the brands are able to adopt the entire customer experience or journey, like starting from the exposure of the ad on the different ad platforms to the final checkout happening on any platforms. Doesn't matter whether it has been taken care through D2C website or a marketplace or a Q-commerce a free trial. I think it is all about the experience which enhances by fulfilling the promise that they have kept. Like whether if my user persona whom I'm targeting through ads, they are looking for a quick delivery. So like for example, you're 18 to 24. This is the genre which actually looks for something in 10 minutes delivery or 30 minutes delivery. And if we need to reach them, we need to reach them via marketplace or via Q-commerce. So if we are able to give that experience to them, I think that is how we can keep that user intact to the business.
Yeah, and I see, a lot of kids with 4 to 6 age now know Blinkit and Zepto.
Yeah.
So maybe 15 years down the line, they will never have an expectation beyond, 30 minutes or so. So Valdemir, over to you. So how do you see the India playbook in terms of speed, personas, supply chain on this EDD thing, plus, a lot of other things like returns? I'm not sure, like outside India, there's so much returns or not. COD as a phenomenon, do dropshipping work for you? How do you see this entire India playbook? Is your global playbook working here, or you see, a different kind of a mold here?
Gaurav, thank you so much for your questions. Yeah, just 1 second, I will introduce myself. Myself is Vladimir. I'm from Joom Marketplace. I'm region head for India. Just let me say a few words about Joom Marketplace, because maybe a lot of people do not know. We are cross-border marketplace. We are selling Indian goods, and not only Indian goods actually, in entire Europe, in Israel and in CIS region. We are here in India for the last 4 years. Already we are doing business here like for last 4 years. India became top 3 origin on our platform. We can see really good traction. We believe in India. That's why I'm here actually. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming, for listening to us. Yeah. Today, since like our main topic of our discussion is speed right now, I want to tell you about my customers. My customers are sellers pan India. We have a lot of customers across India in different states, in different cities, etc. So I want to speak about speed of change, because this year everybody, like all my sellers, they have experienced these rapid changes because of tariffs in the US, because currently the biggest share of cross-border business from India, mainly it's focusing on the US market, and right now there is big trouble because of tariffs, etc. What we gave to our customers, what we gave to our sellers in India, we gave them an opportunity to diversify business, and that's how they can fast, and if they do speed, so if speed is okay and if they do fast, they can adapt, yeah, and with us they can save business. A lot of words from my current sellers with whom we are since 2022, I have heard a lot of warm words towards Joom, towards me, that we have saved at least a share, at least a part of their business. It's safe, it is stable, they can ship to Europe, they can ship to CIS. With Joom they can ship to 100 plus countries. They do not need to depend on the US, etc. As for, like services you've mentioned about, like services which Indian sellers, which they give to European customers, to customers in CIS. Actually, what I can see, you can reach to not only English-speaking customers, not only to the US, not only to Canada, Australia, New Zealand, but people in Europe, people in CIS, they love Indian products. We promote right now, we promote India as a brand. People understand that they can buy something with a good quality from India. In Europe, for example, people quite tired, you know, from Chinese assortment. Yeah. So they see that service is good, delivery is good. It's not bad. It's not worse than from China, from our other origins. We also work with Japan, with Singapore. So what I can say, like speed and, you know, like ability to adapt of Indian sellers very much. So I wish all of them good luck. I would like to grow further in India, and definitely it will be like that for sure.
No, really nice. So moving to you, Bharat, like whenever someone starts to do anything, you know, from India to outside, like any cross-border trade, what kind of, you know, like you can say inertia they face? There is a FOMO of, you know, what can, like, will I be able to sell in what categories, what kind of pricing I should establish, what kind of compliances I should establish, what will be the, you know, the persona of my product outside India, should I, if I have 100 rupees, how much should I allocate? So where all, you know, you come into picture and, you know, help, you know, Indian brands sell outside?
So first of all, cross-border itself is the ocean. So when any seller is like a domestic seller or Indian market, when then he start looking after the global markets, which is like USA, starting point of view. So like seller should choose, you can say, where the like size is bigger one. First, in terms of so that you can say effort remains same. Either you take the smaller country or bigger one, the effort remains same. Then second point goes in the where the compliances are less critical. So when seller goes to USA, then it is less critical as compared to all other countries. Then after that, you have to see your own resources also, like how much I can allocate it, so that your domestic sustainability will not come in the question itself. Otherwise, what happened many times we have seen, because of creating some investor story, people are focusing more on the cross-border. I am present in 10 countries, and in every country, what you are doing, negligible volume. So it doesn't mean, or again, practically, it is now impacting adversely your own P&L and many other things. And again, after that, you have a certain period of time, you have to shut down and come back and first in the India operation and go back. So as and when seller is expanding, first focusing on the compliances, sometime there may be shortcuts you can take, maybe drop ship or other kind of things, where P&L is zero or maybe minor negative, it's okay. Till the time customer acceptance proven, then you can start like putting more bet on that particular market with the right kind of compliant product, then slowly, gradually diversify online to online, because online is a kind of, you can say, where you can play around very easily. And then maybe modern trade or whatsoever. So that need to be covered completely end to end. And when it comes to the global, again, so when you just take the universe side, more than 200 countries, even you take the top 50 companies of the world also, they are also not having presence in all 200 countries, okay, despite having all kind of resources. So you have to focus more which region is giving you more, like you can say, kind of profitability, or maybe where you understand customer well, then design the product accordingly, and just, you can say, place the things that way.
Yes, thank you. So over to you, sir. So Piyush, I want to ask specifically that, you know, since packaging becomes the first real impression of any brand towards the consumer, how do you see innovation in packaging happening? Like there are a lot of Cosmos-stable products coming up, a lot of natural fabrics shaping up, a lot of companies, you know, taking a lot of bets, a lot of startups emerging, you know. Recently someone got funded by Excel as well on, you know, in the specific domain. How do you see the packaging as a domain shift happening? Like, do brands, like nowadays restaurants have started adopting, you know, more like new age of packaging. So what kind of, you know, shift you are witnessing in that domain?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for keeping me on this panel. So as a packaging expert, I would say packaging is completely different from what the e-commerce world or any business thinks about. It's not something which is a cost or it should not be in the cost part in the P&L itself. It should be the customer experience first thing. So you did everything, you ran ads, you contacted your customer, you got the order somehow, and you spent quite a lot of money there. But now when it comes to packaging, you believe in saving 50 paisa anywhere. Maybe wherever you put your cost in, you don't think that packaging is important, but in the physical world, the customer's first touch point is the packaging that you sell. So why this shift is coming? What is the reason for shift? The first thing is sustainability, I must say. Second thing is the customer experience. You need to delight your customer with your packaging closed. your product is good, you have done good marketing, you have placed everything very well, even you got the order. But if your packaging is not worthful of the customer experience that you want your customer to have, it won't be, you will not have that customer repeat rate, I must say. Other than this, another shift that is coming is because the RTOs are the biggest problem in any industry. So any kind of e-commerce you are doing, RTO is the biggest problem. To secure your RTOs, or to reduce your RTOs, you need to invest in good packaging. The packaging which is customer centric and the product centric as well. So you don't break your product in transit. So your scale is impacted with this. And third topic for the discussion is the speed. So packaging is the most important thing you need to optimize for the speed of your brand. For example, your packaging is like traditional, like 2000s, you are still in that packaging zone. Every package you pack takes 60 seconds or 70 seconds. But if you want to pack 10,000 orders, you won't be able to do it every day. You need to optimize your packaging in a way that you can pack 10,000 orders with the same warehouse space or same team which you have. So we can optimize the packaging in that way. And that is the main reason for all the shift that is happening to improve their speed, scale, and the customer experience. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So packaging can drive repeat rate if the product is good as well, and a good thing on the speed as well. So moving to you, sir, this RTO is a big phenomenon in the D2C. People attribute it to trust, people attribute it to, seller profile, people attribute it to speed. What exactly can you share, some learnings from your experience about how to optimize this? This is a very common question across every D2C brand. Should I go only prepaid? If I go only prepaid, my customer acquisition cost will be higher. I'll have fewer orders. It will be difficult for me to scale. But if I open COD, I'm able to scale. But the realized returns are not, the ones which I was expecting. So how do you see, all these phenomena fit into reducing RTOs?
So, and this is something that people like me and my peers have been intrigued by, right?
Yeah.
And there are three learnings I can share in this space. It's not about just one of the factors that you talked about that lead to better deliverability. We have seen very small brands like agarbatti sellers deliver very well, right? And if it's all about being a large brand and doing one thing or a few things right, I have seen very small players get pretty good DSR or delivery success rate. So what I believe it's a bouquet of things that go right. And one part of it is getting the customer right. Rather than acting at a postcode level, can you get more information to identify people who are not serious about the purchase or who are not even real buyers? Once you weed them out, then come the straight off customers who have trust, experience, and serious willingness to buy into the picture. So the first part is, are you able to weed out the actors who are not serious or in fact the bad actors? The second aspect is, how do you make sure your promises are secured enough? I have placed several orders after taking up this role in Amazon. Some of them haven't even arrived. Some of them have no communication from the seller as to when they will arrive, right? And mind you, these are all prepaid orders. So when you want to have a customer base, you're talking about how reliable you are to make sure they trust your promises. And that's where the previous section that I called about, which is how sharp are your promises, how discoverable are your customers, play a big role. Yeah. The third aspect in deliverability is how worthy is your product in terms of transit packaging, right? Transit aware packaging. So you're optimizing packaging as well, but at the same time, you're covering it for the reverse leg. Yeah. A lot of times, the packaging is hardly sufficient for the forward leg. And then you say whatever is coming back doesn't even have the protection that is needed. Yeah, and how soon are you getting your products back is equally important to make sure inventory turns and your sellable yield goes up. Again, here the first two factors play quite a big role. Yeah. So these three for me form the basis of looking at sellable yield and your realization for sales that you make as the foundational factor. And I have gone through large brands that suffer quite a bit because they lack one of these three pillars. I have seen very small localized players do very well because they have these three covered either by design or by default.
No, fair point. And there are a lot of people who order from any xyz.com, and eventually they are always not confident about getting the product. Then some people just play around with it, let's order. Then they go and check on Flipkart, Amazon, if I can find something similar, if I can. So people are always finding a anti-product for that product to to cancel that thing. So one identification can be that, and then if the brand communication is not stronger and the parcel is not reaching on time, the promises are not held, then again the people end up ordering a COD and returning it.
You bring another important point, that is how do you manage exceptions, right? A lot of times between the brand and a platform such as yours and the actual shipping service, there is so much of lag in passing information that actually inhibits the brand from making customer-centric decisions, also keeping in mind that they will be profitable enough. So if you're able to bridge these three between the brand and the place where it is sold to the platform, to the service provider who's delivering it, a lot of exceptions can be handled gracefully that actually bring up the customer trust as well. Like, can I make sure that after a while, I can ship a new product knowing that the previous one will anyway come back. And now you have taken care of the customer without keeping in mind to say what will happen if I claim, not claim, if I get a package, sellable yield, so on and so forth. And these small things are the ones that go from 95 to 99, like I call out, to say you take care of the exceptions very well.
No, absolutely fair point. So moving to you, Anandita. So in this influencer world of, advertisement, influencing people, not sure how much people are getting the reality of the content. How do you see, brands who are not using influencers, who are just using their own, traditional digital performance marketing or, branding aspects, which are not related to influencers, perform now? Is there a shift or is there some, new level of disruption to be done here?
Yes, there is a shift. So I think there should be a balance of all types of kind of branding communication formats that we're using. It should be a well mix of the brand story, because the brand story actually narrates the story behind the nascent stage of the brand, why the brand has came into place, etc., etc. Provided by when we move to the influencer shift, because now in today's world, I think 80% of our time goes into the scrolling of reels, and consumption of the reel consumption has eventually increased over the period of time. People are spending most of their time on reels and shorts. That is the most usable and the consumable format of content that the users are actually snacking by. So when it comes to UGC, I'll first answer your question. When it comes to influencers, influencers are again like bucketed into two parts. One is the UGC creators who are actually bringing the trust and the reliability, and the faces might not be so known, but the use cases that they bring into the users' search, discoverability, and finally the purchase of the product, that is more stronger. Compared to the larger influencers, those are the more familiar faces that the users get related to, acquainted with, and with those influencers, they get the brand discoverability with more easier. So I think, yes, influencers and UGC is a huge shift now, which is being adopted by a lot of brands these days. And for us also, like in the agency, we get to see that all brands are trying to shift into those vertical format, UGC and influencer-led content, more over to the landscape and the video that are narrated by the storytelling or by your brand stories.
Absolutely, there is a total shift towards this paradigm now. So over to you, like Valdemir, do you see credit growth, manufacturing setups outside India for sellers who are selling from India, or some kind of a transit hubs for sellers selling from India to abroad? Do you see as a part of your roadmap, do you enable those things so that sellers will have much more scope for experimentation, to validate more, or else, they like to work on, tight budgets and tight schedules for, enabling their sales over your platform?
Yes, see, we have a business model in our marketplace. So we have what we do when we target our customers in Europe, in CIS region. What they expect from Joom actually, they expect good value for money. So we cut all costs in terms of costs for stock, for handlings, etc. So what we do, we connect buyers with our sellers in India directly. So they can save a lot of money, they can give good value for money for the customers, and our customers in Europe and CIS, they understand, okay, I will wait for my parcels from India, yeah, but I will receive something unique with a good price. So I will not need to pay a lot for additional services, which I don't need, because final customer, what they need product from India. They do not understand, yeah, that some operations must be there, etc. They need this products from India with competitive price, and that's actually what we give, and that's why we can promote products from India better.
Yeah.
People understand that, wow, cost is very effective. It's not more expensive than from China, than from Japan, Korea, etc. Something unique. Quality from India is really good, right? They understand, okay, well, it's not very expensive. I do not need to put a lot of, Joom helps to save costs. I can buy something from India, that's okay. We operate right now only on D2C. We have some plans, for to stock it in Europe, to stock it somewhere in India, then ship. But then we realized if we talk about Europe, then VAT charges will be there, handling time will be there, handling charges will be there. Okay. And sometimes, it's if we talk about really small items from India, which is very cheap, they're very competitive in terms of prices. We can do it, we can sell them on big scale. But when you just do it like that, just it eats the whole cost. Yeah, sometimes it's handling charges will maybe even more expensive than the item itself, so it damages the performance. Yeah, it damages the marketing power of that goods. So we decided to do like that, because we promote India as a brand. We promote Make in India also, so people understand that, yeah, I have a reasonable price for Indian goods, or for good quality, for good services. Yeah, that's actually what we do.
No, absolutely. So just since time's up, so I'll have one closing remark from you, Bharat and Piyush. So one habit for a founder on customer experience, which is a must-have, like a daily habit.
So in terms of your product should be right fit for the customer, so that anyways it can be right kind of experience. Rest of the things are more support function, which can be optimized by the merchant itself. But as a brand owner, it should be there.
So what can be the daily check-in for any founder on customer service?
For any founder of any e-commerce brand or D2C brand, the daily checklist for customer experience should be the reviews they are getting, the ratings they are getting, on what SKUs, what products they are getting. And from a packaging guy, you should also check if they upload a snapshot of how the product is received. You should notice how the product is arrived with the packaging as well, because the packaging is the main thing that protects. I didn't say that something that dangerous. So you should check how the product has arrived to the customer. Till that extent, if you can check, that would be really good for your brand and the customer experience for your customer. And this improves the repeat rate. That's the biggest win for any brand.
No, absolutely. And customer experience should be the priority of any founder, because without a customer, there's no business. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for enlightening the public around all the common topics. Hopefully, we would have answered some queries for you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Well, that was an interesting session right after lunch. And how's the Josh now? How are you guys doing? So even you didn't say anything. Okay, well, let's move on to our next, even more interesting session. Let's shift to a future-forward perspective. Meta has reshaped how people connect, how conversations flow, and how businesses build relationships in the digital world. Through messaging and AI, it is driving a new era of personalized and intelligent commerce across India. And now we're excited to bring that perspective to the Shiprocket SHIVIR stage today. Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage Rohan Sham Ram Mohan, Partnerships Leader, Meta. Let's put our hands together and welcome on stage, everybody. Come on.
Thank you. Mic check, mic's working. Okay, so thank you, Shiprocket team, for giving us the opportunity to talk to all of you today here. As mentioned, I lead partnerships of business messaging, part of the India Meta team. And today, I want to leave you with some thoughts on how brands like yourselves can do better and use AI on messaging platforms of Meta, which is Instagram, WhatsApp, and Facebook Messenger. So with that, let me kick off with just how important this market is and where do we see an opportunity, right? I think the numbers on the screen are not new to all of us, but what we would want to kind of re-emphasize is the fact that out of that 8 trillion economy that India would kind of get to, a large part of this consumption is going to be consumer internet or digital consumption, right? Which is consumers discovering brands online, consumers transacting online, and buying a product or a service completely online and not completely reliant on the offline ecosystem. And when you see the GDP growth and per capita income growing, it is also going to happen not just from the metro cities and tier 1 cities, but it's going to cut across all kinds of cities and towns that we have in the country today. Why is this important? Because when new consumers start using the internet, they're going to use it very differently from how all of us started using it in the first place. What we call as alternate commerce is what is going to kind of drive the digital consumption. And alternate commerce basically means that you don't necessarily go to an app or a website to kind of add to cart and check out. There's going to be video commerce, there's going to be live shopping, there's going to be conversational commerce to drive the consumption here, right? And that is where I think somebody mentioned Reels in the last session. Video commerce and messaging is going to play a critical role. And therefore, as brands, I think it is the right time to think about how do you ensure that you are serving customers on a platform like a WhatsApp or an Instagram where they are very comfortable to interact and very comfortable to make conversations with businesses. Why, again, to think about why is this important, right? If you look at Indian internet consumers today, and we're going to have maybe another 200, 300 million coming in using internet for the first time in the next couple of years, we would be somewhere between 700 to 800 million today. We have another 300, 400, 500 million to go in terms of internet penetration. And when these users start using internet and start using devices, they're going to use apps which are largely pre-burned and pre-existing on their phones, right? And what do they use it for? Video consumption, messaging to interact with friends and family. And that is what they're going to start using first, and that's what they're going to be very comfortable using. So if you divide the internet users in India today, broadly speaking, if you just bucket them into digitally savvy users, and most of us in this room today would qualify as someone who is comfortable with using internet, buying online, paying online. And there's going to be digitally non-savvy users who are going to start using internet for the first time, have apprehensions on what all they can comfortably do on internet. So for the digitally savvy users, we're fighting with real estate on devices, right? So now we have seen, and if you see the data points on the screen, there's a massive drop-off when a user is forced to download an app just to complete a transaction, right? So therefore, the number of apps users will download and save on their devices is going to be limited. Therefore, how do you use an existing app on their device becomes important for you to think about as a brand. The second piece is that users have also kind of communicated to us saying that they're very comfortable with talking to businesses just like the way they talk to friends and family, right? So therefore, there is that familiarity, there is that opportunity for brands to build similar experiences on messaging platforms. For the non-digitally savvy users, we've spoken. Messaging is something they're going to be very comfortable using, including vernacular media, including voice notes, video, etc. And all of these features now are available for brands and businesses to use on our messaging platforms. To sum up the opportunity, I think what we want to leave you is that, one, consumers are comfortable with messaging businesses. We've also seen that users and businesses are comfortable using messaging and experimenting with AI. India is one of the largest markets for Meta AI as an app. And obviously, India is one of the largest markets for WhatsApp as well. So with that, I think, okay, the other point, I think we've covered this. There is obviously data points to support the fact that consumers find it useful. And more importantly, from a business standpoint, both from a customer service as well as transactions, businesses see value. So therefore, you're able to reduce improve your CSAT scores, reduce your cost of servicing, or you're able to do better transactions and convert better using messaging as a platform. So with that, our intent at Meta is to make these much more simpler for businesses to integrate, make it much more seamless for consumers to start interacting with minimal inputs in terms of typing, in terms of making the experience in thread easier on all three messaging platforms. So I have a short video. I'll see how this goes based on time. I have some videos of case studies as well. But before I start doing that, here is overall vision on messaging from none other than Mark Zuckerberg himself on how important WhatsApp is for us.
Now, as we continue to build private and useful experiences for the 3 billion people who use the app globally, we're also building new ways for your businesses to reach customers, sell goods, and run your service on WhatsApp. We just announced ads and status so you can reach customers right in the Updates tab, and people can click straight from the ad into a chat. This will be a big unlock for businesses wanting to drive more people to messaging for support and sales, all within WhatsApp. We're also streamlining how you run campaigns across our apps, bringing WhatsApp messaging campaigns and Facebook and Instagram ad campaigns all into a central place. You'll go through one setup flow, develop creative, upload your subscriber list, select your budget, and simply choose marketing messages as one of the placements. We'll use AI to deliver those messages to customers who are most likely to be interested. We're also simplifying the way that you can send timely updates, like a boarding pass or a delivery notification, with the new Direct Send API. You can get a message off quickly in whatever format works for you. Now, as more of your business moves to messaging, you're going to need to be able to respond in a personal, efficient way. And that's where AI comes in. We're building business AIs that will massively scale what small businesses are able to do in terms of sales and customer support. And this is going to be a really big deal. In the next few years, I expect that just like every business today has an email address, social media account, and website, they're also going to have an AI business agent. You're going to be able to leverage all of the content that already exists on your Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp profiles to easily create these agents, making them a true extension of your team. We're going to expand to more businesses in Mexico and the Philippines before rolling out globally. We are also building a way to integrate these business AIs directly into your e-commerce website, so you can add the same technology that's powering agents in WhatsApp directly to your website to make product recommendations or facilitate sales. We're testing with some US businesses in the coming weeks, so keep an eye out, and that's what we've got for you. Lots going on, and the team is going to dive deeper into all of this and more later today.
Okay, so just to recap, I think a couple of announcements that Mark spoke about is we now have ads within status, which is on the updates tab on WhatsApp. If you haven't seen them, you will start seeing ads from brands as well. All of these are messaging ads, which means that you see an ad, the call to action is send message, and then you take the user onto a thread where you can then have a conversation that can lead to a purchase or a sale. I'll quickly move ahead on how all of this comes together. I think what all can you do on the platform? You can do everything from driving awareness to giving a coupon code to building loyalty. All of this happens within a certain messaging thread. You have the option as a business to reach out to the user at any given point of time, multiple days later after they've shown interest. So that's what makes the platform powerful compared to bringing a user onto a website where there is a broken journey, and then when you want to restart the journey from where you left off, there is going to be friction and drop-offs, right? So we started off, I think about 6 years back, opening up WhatsApp as a platform for businesses, and all you could do back then was send plain text messages. We added rich media like video, PDFs, etc. much later. But now we have like a full suite of products that are available within the messaging thread. So we have something called the in-app web view that you see on the screen, which is opening a mini browser within WhatsApp for you to kind of have complex commerce use cases or product selection, etc. We also have something called flows, which is like a mini form that opens within WhatsApp as well. So all of these features are there with most of our resellers or what we call as solution providers or tech partners. The way that you can access and build these are to start working with some of these partners that we have in India today. We also have native payments, which allows the user to use any payment UPI app or any other payment instrument to complete the transaction online. So a couple of examples. This is Lenskart. The entry point here is from their website, but this can also be an entry point from an ad or any QR code or anywhere that your user gets the number from. Can I have the volume reduced so that I can talk through this? Yeah. So here you see, I may not play the full video, but this is starting off from their website, and then there is a WhatsApp bot that talks to the user about all the possible options in terms of lens, and all of this is powered by AI. And this is again something that is live. This is not futuristic. All the examples I've showed today are examples of brands that have started using AI within messaging and have kind of built experiences on WhatsApp. In the interest of time, I will move ahead to another example where this is slightly different, where W uses WhatsApp to drive virtual try-ons. I'll again play the video here. W is a fashion brand, therefore, how do you kind of engage users on WhatsApp? So here the bot requests user to upload a selfie that's going to kind of use that image and then deliver back within the messaging thread on how you would look wearing that particular outfit, and then that is how this brand is kind of driving engagement and sales. Again, these are all longer gestation sales cycles. The advantage is that as a brand, you have the opportunity to go back to the user 3 weeks later or any other time frame that you have in mind. But this is another example of how AI is being used within messaging. The other significant update is that for a lot of small businesses, accessing the API and accessing messaging was a challenge because they were very comfortable using the WhatsApp Business app, which is a small business app, free downloadable on App Store, Play Store. We now have the ability to integrate that same phone number on the API as well. So imagine you're a small business, you start off using a business app, you have your set of customers, you have personal connections and interactions manually with them, and at some point of time you want to like automate messages like out for delivery, shipping details, etc. That can be triggered through a platform, through an API on the same phone number without having to shift phone numbers as well. And all of this is possible, like OTP messages, delivery messages, incoming service, all of that is possible on the same phone number as well. Okay, so I think the other important piece for India is the ability to converse in a language that is comfortable with the user. So voice notes are important. We have also allowed now businesses to use voice calling within WhatsApp itself. So earlier this feature was only on the consumer app and the business app. If you are an API customer or a large enterprise customer, you didn't have the option. But today, again, there are brands that are live. And we'll again show one more example where you can see how voice calling and messaging together can play a role in driving better results. But before that, this is an example of voice note through, again, an airline that all of us are familiar with. This is, again, a live use case which is triable if you have the phone number.
one-way flight tickets from Bangalore to Delhi for 12th September for one adult.
Right, it's also kind of collaborated, as in the numbers are also kind of helping Indigo drive think of this as something that is helping Indigo reach out to customers who are not familiar with using an OTA platform or have not booked on a website, but say if you do the same experience in a vernacular language, this will work for them as well. So this is an example I was talking about where calling and messaging can come together. Here is No Broker, again, live today. If you have the number, try it out, where there's a voice agent. So it's not just voice note and a call. It's a WhatsApp call with a voice agent, so there's no human involvement at all. And the voice agent and messaging together is helping somebody look for a house in Bangalore.
Hi, I'm looking for a 2 BHK for rent. Can you help me?
Sure. Can you please share the city and the locality where you're looking for the 2 BHK? Also, let me know your budget range.
Yeah, I'm looking for this property in Bellandur, Bangalore, and my budget is 40 to 45,000.
Got it. You're looking for a 2 BHK in Bellandur, Bangalore, with a budget of 40 to 45,000 rupees. Let me search for properties that match your requirements. One moment, please. I found a property for you. It's a 2 BHK in Bellandur, Bangalore, with a rent of 35,999 rupees per month. The size is 1,080 square feet, located in the RK Sainiketan building.
नहीं मैम, ये वाली प्रॉपर्टी तो मुझे नहीं पसंद आ रही. एक दूसरी प्रॉपर्टी दिखा दीजिए प्लीज.
ठीक है, मैं आपकी पसंद के अनुसार दूसरी प्रॉपर्टी ढूंढती हूँ. कृपया एक पल प्रतीक्षा करें. यहाँ एक और प्रॉपर्टी है. ये तो BHK है, जिसकी लोकेशन काईकोंडली, बैंगलोर में है. क्या आपको ये पसंद है?
जी हाँ मैम, ये वाली प्रॉपर्टी अच्छी है. इसके ओनर को कैसे कांटेक्ट कर लूँ मैं?
अच्छा लगा सुनकर कि आपको ये प्रॉपर्टी पसंद आई. मैं आपको सुझाव दूंगी कि आप नो ब्रोकर का रिलैक्स प्लान चुनें. इसमें एक डेडिकेटेड मैनेजर आपकी पूरी प्रक्रिया संभालेगा और मालिक से संपर्क कराने में मदद करेगा. क्या आप इसमें रुचि रखते हैं?
जी हाँ मैम.
प्लीज होल्ड ऑन फॉर अ मिनट. लेट मी चेक विद दैट. मैंने आपको नो ब्रोकर रिलैक्स प्लान की जानकारी और पेमेंट लिंक व्हाट्सएप पर भेज दी है. इसे चेक करके आप आगे की प्रक्रिया शुरू कर सकते हैं.
So I'm just going to cut that short, but I think that's the example I wanted to show where you saw a language switch. The agent is able to figure out a language switch, continue the conversation in Hindi, and maybe looking for a property may not be that simple, but building a bot like this today is becoming as simple as that, right? We're going to add video calling as well on for enterprise phone numbers. Therefore, think of this as something that is useful when you're looking at. This is an example of a doctor consultation that a hospital or a player can do on WhatsApp. And again, think of use cases where it is not just a video call, but you can do video call. You can have medical reports sent as PDF in parallel. You can have, like a user can share with a doctor can share reports. That happens in parallel. That's the power of the platform. Okay, so let me skip this. Yeah. So I think Mark also mentioned the fact that we're also making adoption of AI much more simpler for businesses. So we will start rolling this out sometime next year, where businesses will start kind of curating a quick FAQs within the business app, which can then power AI-based responses on their own WhatsApp, which can then be extrapolated and housed on their website or wherever else they want to do as well. So this is something that we are heavily investing in. And again, we believe that this is a massive opportunity. Most businesses will have to adopt AI at some point of time. And from a consumer standpoint and business standpoint, messaging is one of the first places where AI will play a significant role. So with that, thank you very much for having me here, and hope all of you could get some valuable insights on how you could build some of the experience for your brand. Reach out to any of our solution providers or tech partners in the ecosystem to kind of take this forward. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite interesting. Well, I'm going to use some of that as soon as I can. But meanwhile, let's see how many of you are paying attention. Okay, so how many of you have been paying attention after lunch? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So let's get, for the next session, let's get all of you attentive, all right? So put your phones away and make sure both your hands are free. Put your phones away, bottles, bags, everything away, and make sure both your hands are free. Can I see them? Can I see both your hands up? Yes? Yes? Okay. So I want you to take your left hand and place it on your thigh, like this. Yeah? Your left hand. Okay. Your right finger, place it on the person sitting next to you. If he's far away, you can bend a little. Right, the person sitting next to you. Yes. So make sure your finger is pointing onto the other person's palm. You just have bags. Where are the people? So your finger must be on his palm. Yes. Make sure it's next to his palm. Yeah. Ready? Can I see it up? Can you show it up? Yes, exactly, exactly. What about this side? Can I see your hands and your fingers placed on the next person's arm? Ma'am, your right finger has to be placed on his palm, not on his shoulder. Yeah. Okay, so let me see how attentive you all are, okay? Very simple, very easy. When I say 1, 2, and 3, you have to escape the finger and catch the finger from the other person. So you'll have to escape the finger and be able to catch his finger. All right? Do you get it? Yes? So let's see. And if you have caught the other person's finger, you need to show it up. Okay? Just raise your arms, raise your hands up, and we'll know you're been attentive. Okay? At the count of 1, 2, 3. How many of you caught the finger? Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's do this again. Let's do this again. That was just a trial round. Okay, that was just a trial round. I see these ladies laughing a lot. I don't know what happened there. I'm not going to ask you. But yeah, as long as we all are paying attention. Ready at the count of 1, 2, 3, go! So how many of you have won? Hum saath saath hai. Look at you all. Wow, so pretty, so nice. All of them are the winners over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Not bad at all. So, well, looks like all of you are back in action, and so are we, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is something very, very important, very, very interesting. Data is what grounds intuition, validates direction, and reveals what's really happening across India and around the world. And now we move to insights that map how AI, digital adoption, and consumer behavior are reshaping the future of intelligent commerce in India. It's time to launch the Bharat 2.0 AI Tech and Future of Intelligent Commerce report. I'd request Mr. Amit Singh, partner KPMG, along with Mr. Gautam Kapoor, COO Shiprocket, to please join us on stage for the report launch. Let's put our hands together and welcome them on stage, everybody. Come on. So we have the report here with us. Yes, right in the center, please. Request you to kindly unveil the report. got one for each, yes.
I like how you
We'll take the papers. We'll take the papers. Yeah. Request Mr. Amit to kindly say a few words.
Well, thank you so much for this. Thank you, Gautam, for your whole support in the process. Last time I overshot my time, so this time definitely I'll do a time check. It's always kind of a pleasure to be here once again on this stage. Given that all the speakers that came before us and hopefully after us have conveyed most of the messages which we are trying to convey in the report. So I'll just kind of amplify a few key messages in the report. Point number one is that why this report now? So the question that comes to our mind is that last 2 years or so has seen a lot of changes in the ecosystem. The way consumer behavior has changed, the way payment systems have changed, AI has moved from experimentation to kind of an everyday utility tool. So that kind of sets the context for the time mapping. And that's why we have gathered all of us together in the room to act upon those actionable insights. So it's no more about just the insight, but everybody in the room and kind of including the speakers, participants, etc., are here to act on those insights. What our study highlights is as follows, that AI is becoming part of how commerce runs, reducing friction both for buyer as well as the sellers. Two, the next phase of growth is definitely coming from outside metro, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 India. So discovery and comfort with digital journey is rising much, much faster than all of us have envisaged here. Buying journeys are fluid. Customers move between channels. We talked about WhatsApp. We talked about Meta. We talked about kind of all the platform, be it a physical store, online store, etc. And customers are expecting businesses to keep up with that. And what kind of basically this highlights is that now small teams have access to all the infrastructure, which at one point of a time only larger organizations have been kind of had. So effectively, this is a major leveler for the new brand, that kind of so many things are mature platform. For example, something like a Shiprocket, they can have access to all the intel, all the technology platform, etc., kind of which is at disposal to maybe a 2-member team, 3-member team as well around the whole part of it. This is not just prediction. These are the kind of themes that visible in every day. Everybody runs the business. Perhaps I'll request Akash, who has worked significantly on this report, to talk a little more about the inside part. Akash, over to you.
No, thank you, Amit, and good afternoon, everyone. So as Amit highlighted, in this fast-growing, evolving market, there are some common realities that all D2C brands are facing, which is that customer acquisition costs are going up, margins are getting tighter, all the while customer expectations are continuing to increase. And within all of this, all the D2C brands are trying to deliver growth and scale at an unprecedented pace. In this report, we talk about what a massive opportunity building an AI-native commerce business is. Artificial intelligence will help D2C brands pretty much across every single vertical, whether it is acquisition of customers, servicing customers, retention, fulfillment, logistics, all the parts. I think building an AI-enabled business for a D2C brand is going to be the future. And the entire pie of D2C, which is becoming more and more a larger part of the bigger consumption story in India, artificial intelligence will create the differentiation. Now, while businesses the D2C businesses will lead the way in terms of servicing the customer demands and following suit, another very important aspect is that the supporting infrastructure also needs to keep pace. AI in the supply chain today is an undeniable reality. Whether it is warehouses becoming intelligent fulfillment centers delivering 99.9% accuracy, or whether it is AI-powered forecasting going to 90% accuracy, reducing stockouts or oversupply of inventory. This is a reality today. And this will continue to play a very big part in the industry as it has to evolve. In this report, we also touch upon what should D2C businesses do, or we call this towards seamless commerce. There are a few aspects which I'll highlight right now. One is that it needs to have a unified interface. Online, offline needs to be seamlessly integrated. AI needs to provide a unified profile across channels. Second is that ecosystem partnerships. Today, artificial intelligence is across every single vertical, and D2C brands don't need to build everything in-house. The industry is becoming more and more complex, more and more specialized, and there are partners across logistics, across payments, across tools, which the brand should look to collaborate with. I think the third one is that obviously building an infrastructure which is AI ready, which essentially means a clean, accurate, connected data interface across their platforms, as well as the ability to mine that. I think all of these needs to come together into picture. So at a very high level, this report essentially talks about how is the industry changing, what are the driving factors behind these changes, and how you as a business should look to address those. I hope for all readers, founders, operators, investors, this proves to be a useful, useful and insightful report. Thank you, everyone.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some brand power. We bring to you the people who have built some India's strongest D2C stories. Brands that started small, scaled fast, and shaped entirely new categories. So let's welcome Mr. Aditya Anand, co-founder Yoga Bar. And moderating this session, we have Mr. Atul Mehta, CEO Domestic Shipping, Shiprocket.
Hello? Yeah, perfect. Good. I think this is one of my favorite part of any such event which we do, because there is this section which happens earlier when we are talking, saying what we did, what we are trying to do as Shiprocket. And this is the part when maybe you will relate a lot more to, when we have the people who are actually doing it and have done it in similar roles as what you are going through potentially, and sharing their experiences. So welcome, Aditya. Glad to have you with us today. I'll start by asking, in many sense, Yoga Bar's journey has been like the OG of D2C. Like, I don't think the term D2C was known.
Absolutely. First of all, thanks for having me here, right? Always like a chance to tell our story, right? When I see and people who have just started on their entrepreneurship journey, reminds me of, takes us back to those days. I've done a couple of stints now, a couple of different companies, and always exciting, always so scary, right? It's also always so scary. And when we were doing this, there was no, DTC as a term didn't exist really, right? There was Fireside, which was one of our investors, and they had funded some of the OGs of DTC, Boat, Mama Earth, us. Right, so very, very different times. Things have changed so much, you know, from that time. Yeah, happy to be here, man.
But what was the thinking? Like, why at that point of time when it started? Why Yoga Bar? Food is a very tricky category. I come from FMCG. They said, "Koi bhi cheez somebody is going to consume, eat. Very tough to get customer trust. Shampoo works, washing powder works, but whenever it comes to food, getting the trust of the consumer is very tricky." But you guys started with saying हम yoga bar बनाएंगे, which people will eat. How did that happen, and what was the initial journey like?
So couple of things, right? If I knew food is going to be this tough, I would not be doing food, right? We didn't really know what kind of gross margins would exist. We didn't understand even the importance of gross margin, very honestly, right? So of course there is a lot of strength in ignorance, and I think we leverage that. But coming into it, the way this brand started was my wife Swasni and her sister were in the US, and there was this yoga session they were doing, and they were having a bar after it, right? And in the US, you get these Kind and Cliff bars, and it's a fairly decently sized category now. Just around that time, an exit for about $1 billion had happened there, right? This is 10, 15 years ago, 15 years ago maybe. And she was like, if I ever do a bar company, right, I'll call it Yoga Bar, because they were in a... And Anandita, the sister, is like, yeah, then why are we not doing it? Right? There's nobody in India who does it. And we just started, you know, and at that time, the general awareness wasn't really there. Today you can, I mean, you know about Series A, Series B, venture capital. There is just so much information out there. It just didn't exist, right? So if we knew, we would have known that TAM is important, or this is there, and there are different ways of running a business. We didn't know any of that. And I think there is a certain beauty also in that you just dive into the unknown. And that's really what we did. We thought that we can bring in... we tried to solve for an itch that was only for us.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't have the kind of food that was that we wanted and that was available in other countries, and why not India? We started off that really difficult, painful journey, I'll be honest. And for the longest time, we were just doing bars, and at some point, we're like, yeah, if we ever want to really be successful, right, not just financially, but also with respect to our vision, that healthy food hona chahiye, then you have to go beyond bars.
Yeah.
And that's how our journey started. And thankfully, bars also picked up as a category. But for the first 5 years, we were just doing bars. And then we got into breakfast and much larger categories. And of course, what is out there, the world changed, the marketing, the way we do it changed, distribution patterns has changed. I think consumers started getting more aware. A lot of it was us.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's how we really started. A lot of ignorance, I would say.
But amazing. I think so true. I do feel anyone who's starting off today is a bit under pressure, because with so much information, you are expected to get it right. You're supposed to know the TAM. You're supposed to know how it is to be done. I think somewhere that ignorance of saying पता ही नहीं है, कर रहे हैं, देखते हैं, and we'll swing it by. But yes, it has a lot of क्या बोलते हैं, ambiguity and stress, etc. But hats off to you and the two of them to be able to pull it off in those times, right? Like I can still think of what the circumstances and the ecosystem would have been for you to say, मैं ये start कर रहा हूँ and मेरे को ये करना है. A lot of questions which we are answered in the last 5-6 years. And in the first half, we were talking about how we are taking it to the next level. That time, they were not even answered, or the questions did not exist, or you were discovering those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so I'll talk about, so Amazon didn't have a grocery section. We're talking about those times.
Wow.
Right? We have managed warehouses, the entire operational part of it, right? Didn't exist. COD was a very big thing that had just come out. And so the ecosystem is, of course, very, very different. And as you said, now the competition is much more. The knowledge is much more. I remember telling my dad that I'm doing a startup and all that, and like, ठीक है बेटा, पढ़ाई लिखाई कर लिया है, लेकिन यही करना है तुमको, right? But now being a founder, all of those things are much cool. There's far more social acceptance. I would even say it's cool, right, in many ways. But the competition is, of course, much more, right? So like I would, while I would, if I really want to do something, I would still do it, but I would definitely do far more research when I get into a category for sure. And the ecosystem with respect to, of course, online has exploded.
Yeah.
Right. At the same time, if you look at modern trade also, if you look at a DMart or a Reliance, many of them have also scaled quite well. The general trade business has, of course, changed. So a lot of the distribution modes that used to be there are not the same anymore, which is a challenge for legacy businesses. But in a way, that's also good, because that means that they will give you exits, just like how ITC acquired us. So the options for exits will also increase as time goes on. We've already had a couple of companies go public in this space. More will definitely go out there. There are concerns on profitability and stuff.
Yeah.
But this was like we would not have had this idea, that this is where we would
Got it.
started.
Interesting. Tell me one thing. I think you started marketplace first.
We did actually have a website.
Got it.
We started GT first, whoever would take us.
Got it.
Right? Because
No,
when you are
कोई
just
channel choice नहीं था तब conscious.
choice ही नहीं था, मतलब, like, if you're really just asking, so even Flipkart was not an option. So
Got
when we
it.
talk about marketplace, it was just Amazon. And at that time, yes, DTC was there. And like DTC was there
Clear.
in some way or the fashion for a very long time,
Clear.
actually, right, in the country. So it was there. I have to be very honest, I don't remember who all we were working with at that time. But we started off with GT. MP doesn't show you the light of the day.
Yeah. But today you are truly have an omni-channel play, right? You are big offline, you do D2C, you do marketplaces. And I think one of the things which I think a lot of people are pondering over is what to do when. Is there a straight answer? Should I do marketplace first? Should I do D2C? What should I invest more on? What is the right time to go offline? You have been through that journey. Anything you can share with the audience here on the channel choices?
I think be present in as many places as you can be except GT, right? Because GT, general trade, burns a lot of money in many different ways, especially when you're starting out. You can try a couple of localities just to learn it if you want. DTC, you have to be there, right? In DTC, you have to be there because that's where you're going to build your brand. Whether you use it as a sales channel or not depends on your unit economics, depends on what is it that you're trying to achieve. But up ad to karoge, you're going to run those Google and Meta ads, and when you're doing that, you have to be present. You'll need a website, and your website is the first interaction that many people might have and likely will have of you as a brand. So that is needed. Marketplace, of course, right? And marketplaces are also fairly technical in the sense, how do you make sure that you rank up to a certain level? How do you understand the algorithms to come out there? So the marketplaces like Amazon and Flipkart also, you have to be there, and at least there on the seller model, it's quite easy to be there. But if you move then to the Q-commerce piece, right, getting in will of course be tricky for you, right? So that you'd probably do later. But first, if you want to start out, I would say start out with DTC, test your hypothesis, you get to talk to your customers.
Yeah.
So that's how.
So yeah, like I think, and DTC gives you the benefit of being aware of who's buying and reaching out. Like even in traditional trade, if somebody comes to your shop to buy, you can't go to their house then to ask feedback. But
you can stand in the store for a
you
few
can stand
hours.
yes.
So we have done that.
Yeah, like you can stand in the store. But to just remind, I think D2C enables you to, a direct channel enables you to reconnect maybe after a month, 45 days, etc. And I think, and hence, yeah, do start off with that. But coming back to scaling, because it's a great example of how to scale after the initial success. Two questions. One, scaled on offline, what capabilities a brand needs to build differently from what they would have done in the initial few years as they start thinking offline?
So before capabilities, I would say as an organizational skill set, like as a muscle, what we wanted to do, and from an understanding perspective, is treat both channels differently, right? So understanding that when I am doing, my product mix will be very, very different in modern trade and even general trade is important. I mean, it might sound, it took us a long time to figure out that what sells on Q-commerce versus Amazon or a Flipkart is very different from what sells in GT, right? Like 20 rupees thing you can't sell on DTC, so everyone starts making high AOV stuff. And then we're going out in GT, like, okay, I need something for 30 rupees, 50 rupees, 60 rupees, right? Ideally 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 5 rupees. And so having that and taking that call that, okay, if I want, this is my mission, this is what I want to do. And for that, I'll need to launch products that work just for this. That I think is the most important thing, right? Of course, the way you would build your teams should also be very, very different. You might want more data-centric folks in your online teams. You might want very relationship-focused folks in a modern trade team. You might want just sheer hardworking people who are just willing to travel all the time in your GT team. And sometimes that might mean different life spaces, sometimes that might mean different colleges, different backgrounds. Our online team, because we were trading new water, there was nobody from legacy companies we could hire, right? But when we were looking at modern trade, we knew that, okay, these are the people that we can hire who have existing businesses. So the first piece of advice is just run them as very different businesses.
Got it. And hence the channel strategy, I think the portfolio strategy being clear, you mentioned, because the type of consumers you might get in all is very different. Marketplaces might be search-driven, D2C might be browse-driven, offline might be a mix. Awesome. I think moving on to the next one, as you expand, and you have demonstrated it really well, is how you expand the product portfolio, right? You start with yoga bars, now you have a wide assortment and categories you play in. How to do this successful experimentation? I'm sure some of them you would have launched which did not work. Kitni der tak invest karna hai? When do you know it is working? When do you not know it is working? Especially in a critical category like food. How have you made some choices? And any anecdotes you want to share of how you expanded into something which worked and maybe one which didn't work?
So many did work, right? But I'll first, so for the longest time, we were just doing bars because we thought we'll play the traditional playbook, right? Like what a Unilever would do. We launch only a few products and see how large you can get there. It's just that the TAM for bars at that time was very limited. And when we realized that our mission is to go to all of Bharat, right? It's not just to be in certain places. We'll have to expand our categories because you need venture capital funding to get there. And the first question is TAM. So then, okay, so what's the next place we want to take a bet on? We took a bet on muesli.
On
Muesli, right? And the reason for that is a muesli is actually a bar, except it is crumbled. Because you use nuts, you use grains, you use seeds. You take those out, you only need a blender. So from a capacity perspective, it made sense. And we thought that's how we started out. Why did we take that? Again, not a lot of intelligence. But after that, once we started doing online more and more, you started getting a lot of data, right? And by that time, we also had built very good relationships with all our channel partners. So you could just go there and wo bolenge kya banana hai. Nobody knows. I mean, I would say that as a brand, I know my customer, but if you want to talk about categories, the category managers in these places, they really know their customer. They know kahan pe demand hai, they know what is growing. And of course, you can also, and they know kahan pe they want to build competitor to the incumbent brand. They will say that, okay, this category is growing, but they might already have 3 players. So they will say, I like you, I want to work with you, so let's launch this. So category managers told us what to do, and we just followed that, right? But for that, you need to be very nimble, right? We called a lot of DTC customers. The problem sometimes on that is they ask for very niche things, right? And we made that mistake once. So almond butter, it's a fairly expensive product. There is a market for it. It's just not big enough, right? And big enough also, I will say, it's relative. Jab chalu karte ho, you can start off with bars also. You can start off with almond butter. And then you move on to peanut butter, which is a far larger category. And then you move on to muesli. So there are brands which have done this. And when you start off, you are likely going to start off into some niche, right? And that's okay, right? There are quite a few brands which have started off with a niche and then expanded. But yes, today there is enough data, and talk to the category managers to know what is needed. And we also expanded based on what we felt we had the operational capabilities for, right? To make a muesli from a bar line is fairly easy. It doesn't need a lot of capex. So that is another thing that we do. And of course, you need to define what your brand stands for. So the biggest risk in this that you run is you can just launch too many categories to go too wide, and then your brand stands for nothing. So as long as you define those guardrails, ki yaar mein brand yehi karega, and within those, as long as it fits your vision, mission statement, should be good, yeah.
I think I like this point, and I want maybe for you to make a note of saying there's enough information available. Like the proxy of that is the category manager in these marketplaces who might know a lot more and help you make the right choices on where to go. We were in the morning looking at Shiprocket trends, like where we have aggregated data on which state, what is working, which category is going. Yes, that's not a latent need. That's a need which somebody has already addressed and is building up, but that might be good enough for you to start extending your stack to and then figure out where it goes. No, interesting. Another one, I see whatever you have launched in a lot of cases as a repertoire edition, right? Like, which is maybe I was not consuming it and I started consuming it. yoga bar as a concept, like it didn't replace anything. It didn't replace a breakfast or whatever. It was repertoire addition. And a lot of products in that sense on packaged foods are doing that. Is there a consumer behavior shift in what we are consuming? What are you seeing? Are you seeing it happening in tier 1? Are you seeing tier 3, tier 4 behave very differently, price point, etc.? What are you seeing from your vantage point?
Firstly, I see pleasantly have been surprised consistently year on year at the growth in T2, T3 cities, right? Very pleasantly have been surprised by some of the demographic strata that consumes my product, right? I wouldn't know there are folks who are nannies, folks who clean homes who have told me that they buy my bar. And I really did not believe this at the start.
And this is not a substitute for anything they were doing earlier.
No, because the bar took a substitute tha hi nahi, right?
Correct,
Like,
it's an add-on.
Yeah, it's an add-on. And I really did not. So to do that, I asked them, how much does a bar cost? Right? And like, I buy this particular bar, I buy this at BOGO in DMart, and I'm like, yeah, he's a sahi customer. So that was a big, that if you feel that awareness because of the internet is really there. Right, and it's far easier to do that and get people to adopt newer things. That's one. The second thing that's not as surprising is, but definitely true in those cities and towns is far more price sensitive. Right?
Sorry?
Far more price sensitive.
Price sensitive.
Right. So, and that's also specific to certain channels, right? Certain channels will be more specific. So the minute we do DMart and the Reliances of the world, we start seeing the price sensitivity. So it's not just, I mean, the T2, while there is paying power, because there are also smaller places, the bulk of the sales that happens there is a fairly price sensitive audience in those places for us.
Got it. And tell me, like, we are seeing a lot of brands coming in this space on packaged food, health, etc. Do you get excited seeing them? Market bada ho raha hai? Do you think kahin utna hi market hai?
Excited to me, I'm happy with lesser competition, if that's what you're really asking. Does it increase the market? The answer is yes. Right?
Awareness.
And what I tell myself is that it helps further the mission, right? In a way, I feel good because we have been leaders of this space and we are leaders of this space, right? And typically when there is more awareness of this, it does help. But yes, my life is easier if I didn't have competition, right? But at the same time, one of my learnings has been focusing on competition is not too useful for two reasons, actually. One is it creates a lot of Me Too products. So when you go down, you'll be like, acha, ye acha kar raha hai, kisi aur ka to hi karte hain. So that is one, and the second is it takes a lot of energy, right? If you're already growing, if you're already doing well, if you're already a leader in certain spaces, have that faith in yourself, this is what I'm going to do, and Me Too products are not going to cut it, especially if the competition is higher, right? So that's been my learning there, and so we used to worry a lot about competition, and then you realize that okay, in many of these categories, those guys want to become more like us, and we're like, yeah, why are we looking at them then? So having that confidence is something that we've been able to imbibe for a while now. So now we don't look at it as much. What does happen though is when there is a lot of venture capital funding in a specific space, then the competition on price and margins even, right? When you go to a channel, "Arey sir, wo to, he's giving me more margins." And I'm like, yes, he can, he just raised a lot of money. So some of that gets trickier when we talk about competition. But otherwise, having that confidence in ourselves is something that we have.
And also when you scale, while you start with the right ethos, right? And I'm saying product differentiation you still control, but when you scale as a team, how do you ensure that the culture is what you wanted always to be? Like you said, don't focus on competition, but as you are expanding, you have offline GT sales teams, etc. How do you ensure that the culture is what you envisage it to be? And linked to that is, what do you think defines the culture for Yoga Bar? What do you want every employee of Yoga Bar to embody?
I'll answer the first question because it's a bit more universal, right? Whatever you do, your culture is going to dilute. What you can do is control how much of the dilution happens, right? And that can only happen the stronger or the more concentrated your culture is at the start. And you should make an active effort for it because वो जो dilute होने वाला है. If you think you're frugal now, I guarantee you 10 years from now, you will not be the same, right? There have been times when, let's say I'm staying in a hotel which is 1,000 rupees, or we'll always stay at a friend's place, and over a time, you see that folks are spending thousands of rupees or even going to 5 stars and staying there. So that is inevitable. right? But the harder you focus on it at the start, helps you prolong that eventual decline of culture. That's first. With Yoga Bar, I think first is the inherent mission, saying that this is what is good for the customer. That's something. And secondly, that we want to reach as many people as we can. And that has shaped a lot of strategic decisions for us, because often it will be the team taking decisions for you. And that's why that ensuring that everyone knows what the mission is. And second is we want to reach as many people as we can.
No, thanks. I think one last question. What will you want to leave behind as one message for everyone who is building a brand, starting a brand, thinking of building a brand, for everyone in the audience?
Tough one. I mean, this is going to sound maybe a very stock answer or whatever, but I would say really don't give up. If you're really talking about, just hang in there. I mean, if you're going to look at Yoga Bar's own journey, we have been there for years and years, and we're just doing bars, and we were a certain number. There are brands out there, especially in certain categories, which have achieved numbers that we did in 5 years in the first year, right? And if you look at every single successful company out there, right, they've all gone through not one, multiple near-death experiences. Right, and it's at that time that the belief and knowing why you are doing what you are doing really helps. So that would be one thing that I tell, not just any brand, any company, that have that faith in yourself. And if you are able, I mean, if things are going south, I mean, to a completely different level is different. But if you feel that you can sustain this one more year, I guarantee you it will work. The hard challenges, everyone expects those riches right at the start, and sometimes it happens, but sometimes it doesn't. Often it doesn't.
No, thank you. Thanks for that. And thanks for a very heartwarming chat, Aditya.
Thank you so much.
And I hope you all got a lot out of the conversation. Like he ended, don't give up. I hope to see a lot of you coming up on stage over the next few years, because I genuinely, truly believe in India, this is the time when a lot of brands are going to be built. A lot of direct commerce is going to succeed, and a lot of success stories are going to be created. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Adil. Thank you so much.
Macha, are you ready to take on the world?
All right, thank you, gentlemen. That was quite an interesting session. Now we're moving on. As you can see, the chairs are being placed. We've got our final panel discussion here with some of the co-founders, founders, and I'm really excited. We shift our focus to the emerging leaders, the founders who are shaping the next chapter of Bharat's brand story. These are the sparks turning into tomorrow's scale stories. And as I call out your name, please do sit according to the name mentioned on the screen. Can we have the names, please? Preeti Agarwal, co-founder, Kisarco. Can we have the names on the screen, please, so the panelists can sit according to the names? Preeti, you're on 2. Surendra S. Rajpurohit, founder, Terms. Sunchit Karnatak, founder and CEO, Coconut. And Neil Bafna, founder, Banana Club. And yes, not to forget our moderator, Gautam Kapoor, COO, Shiprocket. Let's put our hands together for our moderator and our panelists, everybody. Gautam, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. as in, I was trying to build this, and I think we had discussed a few things, but I decided to take a segue and change the whole thing. So surprise to all of you. But I think the essence for this discussion today, and what I want to really talk about is that I've seen this journey of D2C business. I've been doing this business for the last 14 years. It's just getting tougher by the day, right? It's how do you work with inventory? How do you work with promotions? How do you work with brand pricing, competition? There's so much competition now that it's how a new D2C brand really looks at building out is something I would love to talk about today. And all my questions to you guys are around that, because I think you are at that stage where you are, you all will break through into major category owners into this by your brands, but would love to ask some questions around that. So I think let's just straight away get into this. What I want to talk about, and this question is to the entire, all of you basically, and that all of you would have had your breakouts at some point of time in as a brand, right, where you would see, okay, this is working, let me just double down on that. And the market is based, if you go to each category that you also work in, there are so many other players, right? It's sameness personified in that sense, right? And all that clutter has to be broken by positioning, etc., etc. But I would love to open this question to the forum over here, and I would love to ask, how do you look at that breakout moment for you until right now? And who do you want to go first? Preeti? I think ladies first. Let's do that.
Hi everyone. Thanks Gautam and the Shiprocket team for having me. So Kesar Co is a blend of Kesar and Co. And for the first year, there was only one product that we had, which is Kesar, saffron. I think over the entire first year, we were just figuring out, how to build the entire supply chain, how to market the product, where to sell, how to discover the consumer. And in all of that, getting into the NPD was the last thing that we could even think of. Because when you start out, you have limited capital, you have limited bandwidth, and you don't have a lot of people. It's just me and my co-founder. And that's the entire team. Talking about the customer services, the marketing, salesperson, literally every department is being handled by just 2 folks. So I think, answering your question, also as Aditya before me rightly mentioned, I think the category managers gave us those kind of insights in the beginning. Obviously, consumer insights are helpful, but in the very start of your journey, you get that kickstart from the people in the industry who are already there, who have seen those kind of data points, and they help you build your portfolio, your brand, and how you want to expand further.
Thank you very much, Preeti. Neil, what do you think? What is that for you in that particular category where you are? What is that breakout thing for you that really stood out and said, okay, fine, this is my starting point now?
Hi, first of all, thank you for having me. So initial stage, when we started, of course, Banana Club is an offline brand first, and then we started online.
I didn't know that.
So we had these different challenges, from shifting offline to online. So online is a leading market in garment category. Just we हमने बात किया था, everybody was like, don't get into this. This business is completely, you have to bleed out a lot of money initially. But then again, I will tell, don't listen to them. So that courage and clarity we had that we want to do it. So initial stage, I think you have to be that juggler, where you're handling multiple things and you're keeping your team lean and making sure that, your expenses are not that much, because as she said, you have a limited capital initially. So you have to balance that well, so you don't have that shaky thing, initial stage. And I'm sure once you learn learn your hero products initially, and then that confident level starts building, and you can carry from there.
Fantastic. Any of you, as in, you want to share something?
So first, just tell you what exactly terms do. We call it terms intelligent apparel. So our category is very niche. So we do special coatings and on fiber and yarn, and we make either anti-stain clothing, and we call it. Our products are very well known, and as he rightly said, some hero products. So our hero products are like 30-day no-wash denim for travelers, 7-day fresh socks for travelers. You have shirts which you can wear from morning till even evening, or sometimes even second day if need, when you're traveling at need be. So we are creating something niche, and I always believe that sometimes when you're creating a niche product, but if it solves a universal problem, within no time this will become a mass movement kind of. So you have to catch your niche, build up on that so much that you become so good at it that even the bigger competitions, and it is not that when we launched many people tried to enter, but it's like I always say that very desi example of that, when you have a thali and inside you have all good dishes, and in the corner you have a pickle, and people don't concentrate on that pickle because they think this is very small in their bigger game. But if you move out of your that thali, and then when you see the pickle company, it's actually a conglomerate. But that requires a very specific skills. If everybody starts making pickle, they may not be successful. But you have to become very, very good at that niche. And that's where our play comes in.
Very insightful, very insightful. So I think just to summarize what all of you have shared is being able to early understand what your consumer needs, being able to double tap on that, focus on that, and then getting it out in the market. I think that's so insightful because if you don't know what your category, actually your customer requires, and I think your example of Neil doing it offline first is a perfect example. Your example of specifically focusing on one category. I have a coffee with me. You want to use it? You're most welcome. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I think moving on to once you've established that breakout and you're confident that my product will be market mein, if you have got to that level, I think for an early brand which is digital first, right, it really becomes about trust also. Should a trust, right? How a customer which is not bought your product as of today, he's experiencing the product on a social media scroll screen or somewhere else. How do you, I think for any brand to really instill that trust in the customer, you will get the product, you will get the right product, you will get it in time. You could return it or exchange it. I would love to take your view on it. How have you solved for that basic trust right now when it becomes a product, becomes a word of mouth also? So again, I think we can start with Suchin first, if you could.
So, hello. Thank you for having me here. So, we started as a baby care brand, where this trust issue comes like anything, where it's a newborn, it's a 2 days old or 2-year-old, and the mom's things comes first. So we have this clarity from the day one that we don't want to treat our early buyers as our customers or as a paying machine for us. We were co-creating with them, and we were taking the continuous feedback, so the people were having the confidence back then that someone is there who is listening to me, who is getting something phased out or what we need. And the second thing, we were very much clear on the ingredient side of it. We were saying why you have to use this ingredient, why we are putting these ingredients into the product. And more than why it works for you, we were telling them which ingredient will not work for you. And that builds the trust for us in initial days. And secondly, we were not making the marketing noise initially. We were more about creating content. I still remember my co-founder has created the content which has gone viral and boost the sales from 50 to 500 orders in a single night. Was more about know your product in 30 seconds. And back then in 2022, most of the time, the brands were creating content using influencers. And we came first and sitting there, know your product in 30 seconds, why we are using licorice in your favorite cream and why we are using this thing in that. and that's give the trust, converted that initial trust into a loyal customer base. And then the customer started speaking about it, and I still believe most of the marketer may not agree with me on this, but I come from this. Either it's a 1950 or it's 2025. If one customer is happy, he will bring 25 other customers from the things, and that's how you bring the trust, credibility across your brand, and this is the initial things.
I completely agree with this, Ujit, and I think social media is a platform to be able to multiply that effect, right? And that's what social media really should be doing for any good brand. It's very interesting, user-generated content, and I saw your website, it's full of that, and it's very, very impressive to see that.
And the good part is, me coming from the large MNCs, before starting this thing, we were never know the terms UGC. किसको पता था कि user-generated content कुछ होता है? We were more about a well-professional campaign, you have to do it in that way, the big star coming in. And when we started, we never asked our customer because हमें पता ही नहीं था कि there is something called this. And one customer has given us just a voice note kind of on a WhatsApp. We use that content initially for our ads with all the permissions and all. And that has given us, then we understand this is user-generated content. People don't want to see your well-polished reels everywhere. They want to know what exactly that person like me, sitting over there, facing the same issue, having the same scenario environment, is getting any result out of it or not. So that's how the things has worked for us.
Very interesting, yeah, very interesting. I think in my mind, I would pose the question to everybody there, is that we've all gone through influencer marketing which looks like UGC but is not UGC, and then UGC itself, and then old format, digital marketing. I think, how have you been able to, or any of you been able to use a particular type of, say, UGC, which brings a lot of trust, and scale that to be able to scale the business? Because UGC would, by virtue of user-generated content, they'll have that limitation to how much content you can really create. So, anybody, yeah.
I can take on this, because our story, and one of the pillar of our trust building and UGC was by our very loyal customer called MS Dhoni. So, when MS Dhoni started buying, I still remember my first order when we see, MS Dhoni order. And I have a habit of every day I speak to, even though now we have reached over 1 million customer, but one thing we religiously do, at least myself, I do every day, I speak to 10 customers. And on that day when I got the list that I have to call these customers, and MS Dhoni, so I called up, his manager picked up the phone. And he was not letting me, have more information. Or I said, can I? He said, no, you just deliver, that's your duty, that's it. That was the first communication. But I can tell you, every week, every alternate week, and even at biggest events, like, when you go to Ambani's pre-wedding event, and when people are catching him with, or, spotting him with the Terms t-shirt, and it was going viral, like anything that, okay, which t-shirt is being, and that actually gave us very huge boost, actually. Apart from Shark Tank, but I think that was the game changer. So we thought, this is the thing which now, if he's wearing this t-shirt, is not for our quality of anti-stain, or there is something which we are doing beyond this. I think that actually makes the difference.
Interesting. I think, Neil, you have to get Badshah to wear your clothes then.
So, when we started, thinking about Banana Club, so as I said, like, we are an offline brand first. So that's what, made us think having an offline store first will build trust to consumer, that these guys have a store. So it was our first consumer experience store. And that actually helped us to build trust. So people, when we used to do this marketing, people used to come our store, feel the garment, initial, I think first month we clocked around 1 crore business from our store, and that automatically, those consumers started talking about us, and it parallelly helped us growing online as well. So I think offline channel actually made us consumer, that trust start building. So yeah, that's what worked for us.
Fantastic. And I think one of the broader question I wanted to, and I wanted to be broad also for everyone, is that the hard reality of scaling. When you start something, the adrenaline of getting the first few orders is so high, and getting those orders delivered to the customer, all that happens, and then there is time when things start scaling. You get those first 50 orders, first 100 orders, first 200 orders per day, and you need to battle the other issues of scaling, right? All the way from, and I started writing, what happens when, there is issues on working capital, team, supply chain, all those things. And I would love you to, pick up, and I request any one of you to share your experience at that point when you said, okay, fine, up to business is working. And now these are the top issues I'm getting. I may not have the team, or what I expected this guy to do is doing something else. I'm sure any startup, right? I was 14 years old when we started the company. All of us was wearing multiple hats. And I'm sure your startup would not be any different from that very everyday issue, right? You're sitting over here having a discussion with something is happening somewhere. So, love to share your experiences.
Yeah. So, as any new founder of D2C brand, I'm sure all of you can relate to that. Whenever there is a new order you get on Shopify, there is a notification that says ting. So I think that is the earliest adrenaline rush that we would get when we used to get any new orders. And I remember the days when I used to just sit at the analytics screen of the Shopify and see कि कितने लोग कहाँ से अभी मेरी website देख रहे हैं. And I would also check out. So it has a feature where it shows कि अच्छा वो checkout तक आ गए हैं. Now they are going to convert. So that used to be the push that we had initially. And once we get the order, uske baad usko taking it from dispatch to delivery, following that entire journey of the consumer. So I think that was something that would give the initial push. Beyond that, once you start scaling, every 6 months or I think every quarter, your problem statement changes with the scale that you achieve. Maybe in the first 6 months, you just figure out how to just build the entire supply chain with regards to packing the order, dispatching, figuring out the dispatch partners. Maybe 1 year down the line, you figure out what products, new products you can add to the portfolio. 2 years ke baad, aap apni team build karna. You have to build your team, and 3 years down the line, I think capital. So the problems are always going to be there. It's just a new statement that will come in. But one thing that I have learned along the way is today, I think it's a golden time to build the brand. If you're part of the D2C ecosystem, this is the time to be, because there are so many enablers who would help you, to fulfill your vision. And Shiprocket is one great example of that, because we have been working with them for 4 years, and I think there are multiple areas where Shiprocket has supported us in the journey.
Thank you, Preeti.
So I just carry forward from her. So as she said, after 6 months, the problem statement thing changes. For us is whenever we think कि अभी तो business सही चल रहा है, अभी sorted है, उसके दूसरे दिन ही the problem can start coming in. So you think now the team is sorted, the other person, the key member will resign on that day. And then the working capital is sorted or Ross is sorted, अगले दिन कुछ ना. So this is the part and parcel of the building the business. And as and when you scale, you will come across the new things, and you need to learn, you need to find out the path to navigate these scenarios. And that's how the D2C is. But I completely agree, this is the golden time for someone to enter into this world, and the enabler like Shiprocket, who are already there. The Shiprocket is playing a very crucial part in enabling the businesses. It's not only about getting the orders, it's all about the delivering the order on the right time. And with other things which you have on a checkout side of it, which is also play a very crucial, giving the real insights. And the AI is playing a major role. I was just looking into the KPMG thing, which has just you guys have launched. and the AI things means this is the high-risk customer, this is high-risk pin code. Using those insights gives a way lot insight and makes your P&L much healthier in terms, and that's how you have to navigate.
Yeah, please, please.
Just to add on to this, I think apart from all other metrics, one thing when you scale up is, and especially when you are backed by some innovation and all that, doing innovation on a small batch is wonderful. The results, everything we get very excited. But I think to have that kind of consistency of that results on a bigger batch, I think that's where your moat is.
And every time.
Every time you have to repeat. It's like, in our case, we work not as a apparel manufacturing company. We work as a electronics. Every batch, every fabric behaves very differently. If we are putting anti-stain works on cotton very differently than a polyester blend or a denim. Your Cool Tech will work very differently on linen shirt to your. So every time when you scale up, that's where actually this all problems starts coming in. Second, very, very important, I think this subject was touched in the morning with Kamaljit, speaking on it, that your first order, today we have so much of algorithms, everything, awareness is very, very easy. I think you getting first order, you should never clap. I think your clapping should start only from the second order, and your metrics should be only how much repeat I have, how much repeat I have. If you control that, everything behind can be managed, but only that thing actually plays a very, very key role on it.
Totally agree. Neil, you want to share something?
So I feel there's nothing called figured out. It's every day you are figuring out. I feel हर stage पे आपके challenges अलग होंगे, but you should not be satisfied. That's like an entrepreneur journey, right? So I think when you reach a revenue of 10 CR, you have different, challenges. Same in a 50 or 100 CR. And what can motivate you on, every day is your aspiration to build something. If you have that, I don't think, scaling feels as a problem, but if it feels as a challenge, and if you're ready to accept it, I'm sure, because still, it excites us every morning to wake up and do these things.
I know what you say.
Yeah. So in fact, we love doing all these things. And it doesn't scare us anymore that यार सब यहाँ तक आ गए तो वो भी figure out कर ही लेंगे. And yeah, so I feel it's an everyday challenge, and don't give up. You will somehow, अगर आप यहाँ तक आ गए हो तो आगे भी चले ही जाओगे. So I think, yeah.
Really understood. So I just had this one last question to wrap the day and wrap this fantastic discussion. I think when I look at you outside in, you all have found product market fit of your product. I think now beyond this, I'll give you three things, and you need to prioritize which one is which one will you prioritize between. So either it's creativity, it's performance of the business, or a deeper consumer relationship. What would you prioritize? I have this question to everyone. You can select one.
So for us is a deep consumer insight, because more and more insight you get from the consumer. Once you have a product market fit, then the next line, next category only comes from your customer. So unless you have, what do you think?
So I think I would sequence it first customer relationship, then creativity, because at least in my line of business, I need to always be innovative in my product line. And the third would be performance for me.
Understood.
I only go with customer relation. End of the story.
Understood.
Yeah.
So I think first I'll give creativity, because your product is not that creative or your designs are not that creative, then consumer will not accept it. So second, once you grab the customer, then you have to build relationship with them. And performance, though, I will say no, but yeah, you have to do it because, Meta is forcing us to spend on performance marketing or Google. But yeah, I feel first creativity, that I'll prioritize.
I think there was no right answer to this, but it was a trick question in that sense. But amazing chatting with you all, and I hope our audience liked it. And I hope you guys also enjoyed it. I enjoyed it thoroughly. But thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, request you all not to leave. Please stay seated because it's time for something very important. I would like to invite Kautalya Pandey, Head of Marketing, to please Shiprocket to kindly join us on stage because we're going to be meeting our partners right here up on stage. So request you all to kindly stay back. Just give us 2 minutes. So we would love to thank all our partners who are here this evening. And the first team that we would like to meet up on stage is Google. The team from Google to please join us on stage. We thank Google for co-presenting the event with us and gracing Shivir for the 3rd time. Their masterclasses and keynotes have been a source of immense learning for all of us. And let's take the center stage. Just a second. Next, KPMG, our team, would like to extend a very, very big heartfelt gratitude, our esteemed knowledge partner whose expertise has elevated not just this edition, but 2 successful versions of our event. Team KPMG, do we have anybody from the team? All right. Meta. Meta has been a strategic team partner for us across multiple initiatives. Their constant endeavor to enable merchant growth is a common goal we share at Shiprocket. Amazon Shipping, a special thank you. The Amazon Shipping team, please join us on stage, whose partnership adds immense value to our platform, inspiring the ecosystem to think faster, smarter, and more customer-centric. We're grateful to have Amazon Shipping as our driving force in Shivir. Is the team here? Oh, is it that side? All right, we'll make sure it reaches them. Next, moving on, AdBuffs. Team AdBuffs, please join us on stage. We're delighted to acknowledge you, a dynamic marketing partner for brands of all sizes of marketing. Their 3rd consecutive presence at our event. Their consistent support and creative energy have made them a valued part of our community. Thank you, AdBuffs. Stelco, please join us. And keep those claps going, everybody. I know it's the end of the day. I know we're going to come to the end of it. But come on, let's give it up for all our partners. Well, it is their 3rd straight here with Shivir. Their expertise in cross-border trade and enablement and compliance is an individual asset for brands looking to scale internationally. Thank you. Next up, let's bring on We Fulfill.
Can I also request Varun and Prabhat to come up on stage, please, and give this vote of thanks?
Well, We Fulfill, it's your debut here this year with us. So their end-to-end e-commerce fulfillment expertise makes them a strong partner for brands looking to scale with speed and reliability. Next up, Joom. We're delighted to welcome Joom, our international marketplace partner, joining Shivir for the second consecutive year. Their continued presence and insights have helped our seller community think global with confidence. Keep those claps going, everybody. Come on. Clap, 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 clap. Next up, Blink Digital. They're here with us for the third edition in a row. Continued presence reflects a strong partnership built on creativity, innovation, and shared purpose. Thank you so much, Blink Digital, for being a steadfast part of our journey. Next up, Team Udu. We're thrilled to have you as our debut at Shivir Bengaluru. The integrated business tools bring valuable efficiency and control to brands looking to scale smarter. Next up, Infobib. Well, we're excited to introduce you to Infobib here at Shivir Bengaluru, where their cutting-edge messaging and CX solutions help brands accelerate and grow. Next up, we have Eczema Corp. Please let's put our hands together and welcome Eczema Corp to Shivir Bengaluru. Their innovative solutions empower businesses to optimize operations and accelerate growth with confidence. DCG Pack. Well, the team is not here, I suppose, but thank you. This has been long been that trusted force behind the scenes. We're proud to have them enrich the Shivir experience for the second consecutive year. They're not here, DCG Pack, so we'll move on to the next one. JPPL, please join us on stage for Shivir as packaging partner. Their contribution adds value to the event and to our growing stellar community. Also, our event partner, Netco. Please request the team to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, partners. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the end, but not without a vote of thanks by Sir. Please,
thank you.
So yours.
Thanks, Prabhat and Varun. For the final closing of the session, can I please have Sahil up on stage?
Wow, what a day. Thank you for staying back, whoever is left. I really had fun today, guys. I think it was a very insightful session. I think everyone spoke about AI, about commerce. It's clear that, that disruption is not about to happen. It's happening, right, as we speak. You heard from leaders from Meta, Google, Amazon today. You heard from investors, what metrics matter, what are they backing. You heard stories of resilience and innovation from entrepreneurs. And I think all of that is, present at Shivir every year. But I think the one thing that is at least stuck out this time, and I think in July as well when we did it in Delhi, and even more in Bangalore this time, that AI continues to become more and more like obvious to people. And the beauty is that, everybody sitting in this room and beyond today actually can use tools from us or from other players in the market, and you can actually build something as good as the big boys, right? So you can be as good as any platform in the country. Everything from, your CX to marketing to logistics planning to actual orchestration of payments, everything can be done today and in the coming years at a pace which is unimaginable by literally everybody in this room. And I think Shiprocket's core mission is to actually democratize that access. It was always about bringing technology into the hands of the many, right? Using technology as a way to remove barriers and to bring experiences which are easy to consume, easy to operate, and are designed and tailored for your needs. So I think that continues to be the philosophy on which Shiprocket will operate. We brought commerce, shipping commerce, marketing, and now bringing AI into the hands of everyone, so everyone can actually harness this in the future. And I just want to kind of thank our partners. You saw some of them just now. All the founders who are here today, who came on stage, investors, our team. Big round of applause to the team who put Shivir together. So want to thank my marketing team. And most of all, I want to thank our seller community, our merchants, who continue to support us, who continue to use our platform, give us feedback, share openly, continue to believe in us, right? And I think this is a shared mission in many ways, and I think that differentiates Shiprocket from the rest of the market, where we are aligned only for the merchant's needs. I think we are very clear in saying that, right? We focus on what it needs to make you successful, and how can we bring the best of the experiences and the best of the technology and the best of the services into your hands, so you can compete not only this year, next year, but for the next 10 years and really come out stronger, right? And with AI, I think what we are observing is it's not so much about the big companies who will win. I think it is about the companies that are the fastest to respond, right, to the customer needs, fastest to respond to utilization of AI, and it will be about your agility. And I think we're trying to become your partners now in the next few years in helping you do that. So that is kind of where we are coming from at this. Hopefully we'll see you next time at Shivir, maybe in Delhi, maybe somewhere else, right? But looking forward, and big thank you for being here today. Very excited to meet you guys again. And again, Namaskara Bengaluru. Thank you so much. Thank you.